beneath the stillness of the surface, where light forgets how to return and silence grows thick with pressure, there are structures the ocean never gave back. Not wrecks, not ruins, facilities, labs, chambers welded shut by salt and time. These weren't built for exploration. They were built to disappear, to contain something, or someone, or some idea that should never have reached the water. These aren't myths. They're records that were never published, reports that were never meant to be read, experiments funded in shadow and buried when they went too far. What you'll hear tonight didn't leak. It resurfaced, warped, rusted, unfinished, but still alive, still humming, with something no institution dares explain. This isn't a video to rush through. It's a descent. 4 hours of slow submersion into the stories no one finished telling. If your thoughts start to blur and drift as you listen, that's not an accident. That's the pressure finding you. Before we begin, tell me something. Where are you listening from? And what time is it right now? Go ahead, type it in the comments, just so we know who's down here with us. Now take a breath and begin the descent into the first file they sealed shut. A steel chamber was lowered beneath the Barents Sea, with no exit plan, bolted to the seafloor at a depth where human bones crack before lungs collapse. The structure was designed not for exploration, but for silence. 15 meters long, 3 meters wide, lined with saltwater pods and acoustic shielding thick enough to muffle thought. The scientists called it a controlled environment, but the welders who sealed the final hatch said it felt more like a tomb. No one assigned to the program spoke on record. Not the Soviet engineers who built it. Not the researchers who monitored it. Only fragments remain, handwritten intake logs, temperature drift reports, damaged hydrophone reels, with timestamp gaps no one could explain. What little is known comes from a single recovered journal, written in shorthand, water-damaged, and incomplete. The final entry reads, "Second subject speaking in a language we can't translate," repeating the same phrase, scratched into glass with fingernails. Translator refuses to continue. The official name was Project Callisto. Unofficially, it became known as the study that watched its subjects back. Each pod, inside the chamber, was filled with a sterile saline solution, warmed to body temperature. The subject would enter naked, earplugs secured, vitals monitored, and eyes covered in an opaque gel mask. Once sealed, the pod became a place of total deprivation. No light, no sound, no motion. There was no visible clock, no cycle of day and night, only the pulse of filtered liquid and the whisper of their own breath. The stated purpose was to observe the effects of complete sensory isolation in a pressurized marine environment, but unofficial documents describe it differently. A simulation of interstellar consciousness void. The researchers wanted to see what a human mind did when every external reference was stripped away. No gravity, no horizon, no language, no expectation, just one nervous system adrift in the dark. By the third day, baseline readings began to distort, heart rates fell, breathing slowed, but brain activity rose, spiking in bursts, as if responding to stimuli that weren't there. Some subjects began twitching, others spoke in their sleep. One hummed the exact tonal frequency of the chamber's filtration system. He had never heard it from the outside. Every subject who remained beyond the 4th day reported the same sensation. They were no longer alone in the pod. Lieutenant Alec Vaskovich was the first to reach the 10-day mark. A linguist by training, fluent in Russian, Polish, and classical Greek, he volunteered for the project, believing it to be a test of discipline. His file noted high resilience scores, no history of psychiatric disturbance, and a capacity for lucid dreaming. On the 7th day, his vitals spiked without warning. No external triggers, no environmental fluctuations, just a sudden flood of neural activity that lasted 17 minutes. When his pod was opened on day 11, Vaskovich was curled in fetal position, eyes wide, whispering into the wall. The language he spoke was not immediately recognized. It wasn't until a visiting archivist overheard a recording that parallels were drawn to reconstructed Akkadian, an ancient Mesopotamian tongue lost for over 2,000 years. Vaskovich had never studied it. No one on the team had. He had carved symbols into the interior of his pod, using his own fingernails, complex spirals, mathematical loops, and repeated pictographs resembling primitive sunbursts. When asked what they meant, he looked at the translator and replied, "They're instructions for breathing where breath is not allowed." The researcher laughed. Vaskovich didn't. The isolation protocols intensified after Vaskovich. Subjects were submerged longer, with nutrient cycles spaced further apart. The idea was to break continuity, to prevent the brain from measuring time through rhythm. After 12 days, subject responses changed. Instead of anxiety or breakdown, most reported a calm, eerie stillness. A few called it perfect quiet. One described it as listening with your bones. One subject, Petrovna, began to speak in synchronization with the blinking red pod light. Her words matched the flashes exactly, each syllable falling on each pulse, except no one had told her about the light. The mask she wore rendered her blind. The pod walls were opaque. In the debrief, she didn't remember speaking at all. When played the recording, she covered her ears and asked them to stop, not because of what she said, because of what was behind it. "There's something breathing," she whispered, in the pause between words. Hydrophones placed outside the structure began picking up anomalies, subsonic frequencies, that didn't match oceanic conditions. The recordings captured a rhythmic tone, low and long, like an inhale stretched across minutes. Analysts initially thought it was thermal shift across the metal hull, but thermal expansion doesn't respond to speech. On day 17, Subject 06 began tapping on the inside of her pod. Not erratic panic, patterned, deliberate, like Morse. But when translated, it didn't make sense. The sequence repeated a phrase that researchers couldn't parse. One technician noted it bore resemblance to Linear A, an undeciphered script from Minoan civilization. They shut off her oxygen feed at day 19. Assuming psychological collapse, she resisted removal. She had to be sedated to break the seal. When asked what she was trying to say, she simply answered, "It wants a name," and then, "I don't think it knows it's alone." Post-removal scans of Subject 06 revealed abnormal neural swelling, concentrated in the auditory cortex. She wasn't deaf. In fact, her hearing had sharpened, sensitive enough to register vibrations well below the threshold of human detection. One technician snapped a rubber band across the room. She winced before it made a sound. EEG activity suggested she'd begun processing silence as signal, not hallucination. Interpretation. Other subjects showed similar changes: cortical remapping, expanded hippocampal feedback loops. The pods hadn't broken them, they'd restructured them. After each session, more of them reported the same dream: a vast chamber of black water and a figure suspended within it, still, faceless, observing without sight, not menacing, not welcoming, just present. When asked to draw it, they all made the same shape: a hollow spiral, narrowing inward, broken only by a single vertical slash. That symbol would appear again, scratched into the ceiling of the debriefing room. No cameras captured who did it. A new policy banned verbal communication during re-entry. Too many subjects were repeating things they didn't remember saying. Too many translators were requesting reassignment. One broke down mid-session and clawed at her own throat until security intervened. She later claimed she couldn't stop hearing her own voice, only it wasn't saying what her mouth had said. To reduce contamination, researchers began administering a sedative drip during de-isolation. Subjects emerged disoriented, compliant, and mostly silent. But even in unconsciousness, they moved their lips, whispering, mouthing things in unrecognized cadences. The audio logs were reviewed and redacted. One note in the margin, cross-reference with deep-sea whale vocalizations. Frequency pattern feels biological, not linguistic. The lead researcher circled it and added, or both. By week 5, something changed in the structure itself. Internal temperature dropped 2 degrees, despite no mechanical failure. A faint fog collected near the filtration vents, clinging to the pod walls like breath on glass. No external water breach was detected, but instruments began returning unreadable values, pressure fluctuations that didn't register on calibrated sensors, oxygen spikes that had no source, trace elements that shouldn't exist in that depth of sea. One intern, assigned to pod sterilization, quit mid-shift and refused to re-enter the chamber. When questioned, he said only, "There's one extra pod, there's always been 15, but there are 16 now." When they inspected the room, all 15 were accounted for, until they replayed the security footage. At 3:41, the camera swept across the chamber, and for exactly 2 seconds, a 16th pod sat in the far left corner, identical, still. Gone the next frame, the timestamp was verified. The team brought in a Navy cryptographer to analyze the scratched markings found on Pod 07. He didn't laugh. He didn't speak. He stared at the photographs for 6 minutes and said, "These aren't letters, they're maps." When asked to clarify, he explained, "Not maps of geography, maps of pressure. These are coordinates that only make sense if you think in compression gradients." No one believed him, until he demonstrated the shapes using a 3D water density model. The spiral symbols aligned perfectly with anomalous regions near the Mariana and Kermadec trenches, zones previously dismissed as sonar mirages or algorithmic glitch. But one coordinate didn't align to any known seafloor. It pointed upward, into the water column. Depth unmeasurable, just suspended. When they mapped it, the system crashed. One researcher, Dr. Nina Rokov, began sleeping beside the chamber, an action later deemed unauthorized. She claimed she could hear the difference between the subjects and the ocean now. She charted frequency deviations by hand, kept a log of when the walls hummed louder than usual. Her colleagues dismissed it as sleep deprivation psychosis. She disagreed. "It's not the subjects making the noise," she told her supervisor. "It's the space between them." Her final recorded note, 2 days before her disappearance: "Whatever's inside these people, it doesn't leave when they surface. It waits, it listens, and I think it's learning to stay." They found her coat folded at the end of the dock. No body, no signs of struggle, only salt water pooled neatly in her boots, and inside one of them, a perfectly intact spiral shell, pale blue, species unclassified. Project Callisto was officially shuttered 42 days after Dr. Rodkov vanished. The order came without explanation. Personnel were reassigned. The chamber was sealed, its access port welded over with thick plates of industrial steel. The final logs were burned, except for a single set of reels smuggled out by a technician who later fled the country. He mailed them anonymously to a linguistics institute in Prague. No return address. No note. Just a scratched label. "Do not translate aloud." Of course they did. The tape began as expected. White noise, slow breathing, the occasional shift of water. Then came the voice. Flat, genderless. Not recorded from inside the pod, but from within the chamber walls themselves. It didn't speak a language so much as extract one, syllable by syllable, stitching meaning from the spaces between. Phonemes rearranged themselves on playback. One professor reported nausea, another passed out, a third began laughing and couldn't stop. The institute went silent after that. A fire was reported a week later. Building condemned. 31 years passed before anyone went near the site again. Not for research, not for rescue, for salvage. An Arctic drilling operation detected unusual magnetic readings from the area, pulse patterns that mimicked seismic events, but never repeated. A submersible was dispatched. The footage was never broadcast publicly, but several frames were leaked, grainy, artifact-ridden, and unmistakable. The chamber was intact, covered in sediment, still sealed, but the pods were empty. All 15, lids open from the inside. On the outer hull, freshly etched, a spiral, inverted, and incomplete. as if waiting for something to finish it. The diver who recovered the footage never resurfaced. His oxygen tank was found resting beside the boat ladder, half full, untouched. His dive partner claimed they both ascended together, but during the final 10 meters, the water around him turned strangely clear, and the shadow beside him disappeared. In the footage he recovered, there's a single flickering frame near the end, 1 second, maybe less. A figure floating at the edge of the light, pale, still, head tilted, arms drifting outward like wings in slow collapse. Not a body, not human, something in between. Freeze the frame, and its eyes appear faintly open, not glassy, focused, as if it recognized the camera. An internal memo from a joint NATO research panel, dated 5 years after the rediscovery, includes a phrase that does not appear in any other public document: residual linguistic parasitism. The note theorizes that the original subjects may not have gone mad, but instead become carriers, that the exposure inside the pods allowed something to imprint on their neural pathways. Not infection, not possession, just translation. The same phrase appears again in a declassified NSA briefing about audio contagion. Below it, handwritten in red ink, is a warning: language is not a neutral vessel. If you hear it speak, you've already answered. The rest of the page is blacked out. The original chamber remains untouched, technically, legally, but satellite passes over the region now show heat anomalies that don't match oceanic conditions. A glow pulsing beneath the ice, like a long-held breath, slowly exhaling. Sonar scans reveal strange vertical striations along the seafloor, as though something immense has begun to shift just beneath it. Not tectonic, not mechanical, organic perhaps. Every few months, the sensors pick up a faint modulation, a low signal, identical to the original tapes, but reversed, compressed, and layered. A message returned. The signature is unmistakable: 15 harmonic frequencies, spaced evenly across the deep spectrum, and layered beneath them, a 16th. One no one remembers assigning, one still pulsing now, waiting, listening. Coral grew over the asylum like a second skeleton. Thick bands of reef stone curled through every window frame, sealed every door frame, wove across tiled ceilings like veins hardened by salt. No blueprint for the structure exists. Just a line item in a forgotten shipping log from 1903. 47 patients relocated to Sea Unit E, destination marked only with coordinates. The island was barely more than a sand ring, flat, wind-blown, with one narrow channel threading into the reef like a wound that never closed. The building itself stood 3 stories high, a collapsed husk of pale stone and rusted iron, rising like a broken jaw from the center. Locals didn't go near it. Birds avoided it. Currents slowed around it like they had forgotten how to move. Treatment at the facility was based on thalassotherapy, immersion in tide-fed chambers for prolonged periods. The belief that mental disarray could be calmed by salt water, repetition, and pressure. Patients were submerged without clocks, without contact, sometimes for days. In 1921, a weather event swept through. No bodies were recovered, no final entries in the records. But when the first supply boat arrived weeks later, they found only beds, empty, overturned, soaked, and salt crust in the shape of human hands on the highest floor. The first diver returned to the surface after just 12 minutes. He couldn't explain why. He unlatched his gear with shaking fingers, vomited over the edge, then sat silently in the sun until his skin went red. When he finally spoke, he said it felt like the building was watching him, not haunted, awake, breathing behind the walls. Inside, the rooms were too intact, metal cots still bolted down, straps curled in the corners like sleeping limbs. Coral had burst through floor tiles in symmetrical rings, not wild like reef growth, but measured, concentric, deliberate, as if trying to remember the shape of whatever had once lain there. Near the old bathing chamber, they found a slate board flipped upside down in the sand. Etched into its surface were spirals, not drawn by chalk, but scratched deep by something sharp. Bone, maybe. In the middle, a single word, carved again and again in uneven strokes. Below. He tried to laugh when they showed him the photos, but the laugh didn't sound right. He was discharged from the team the next day, citing stress. 2 weeks later, a fishing boat found his body floating 20 miles offshore. His lungs were full of air. His eyes were gone. Beneath the main floor, behind a collapsed stairwell, divers uncovered a sublevel that hadn't been marked on any record. No blueprints, no patient logs, no exit plan. It took hours to chip through the coral sealing the stairwell. Even the sediment there felt different, not just heavier, thicker, like memory pressed into stone. The hallway descended in a spiral, smooth and curved like the inside of a shell, walls lined with chain bolts, hooks embedded at regular intervals. Below, the room opened into a perfect circle, 8 meters wide, ceiling collapsed inward. In the center stood a tub, not metal, not stone, something porous, fleshy. They took a sample. Under microscope, the material resembled calcified cartilage, but denser. Lab tests were inconclusive, but one technician swore it twitched when she cut it. The tub had carvings inside it, not letters, slits and loops, echoing waveforms. They tried tracing them. They never connected, not symmetrically, not logically, but when mirrored underwater, the pattern formed a face. No one could agree on the expression. Reports from later dives describe heat that shouldn't be there, pockets of warmth in hallways, sealed for over a century. The temperature sensors registered spikes, irregular and shifting. One diver removed his glove near a vent and recoiled, not burned, scalded. The walls sweat salt. Stranger still were the pulses, soft thumps that seemed to move through the building like a heartbeat, not seismic, not echo, measured. Every 12 seconds. One diver began counting them aloud. He made it to 40 before he started to sob. When he surfaced, he claimed the rhythm was matching something inside his own chest. He refused to go back in. Audio logs from the same day captured the pulses. The waveform analysis showed a subtle distortion, not organic, not mechanical, but linguistic. Not a word, a pre-word, a throat clearing, something preparing to speak. The lead researcher flagged it for suppression. He tried to laugh when they showed him the photos, but the laugh didn't sound right. He was discharged from the team the next day, citing stress. 2 weeks later, a fishing boat found his body floating 20 miles offshore. His lungs were full of air. His eyes were gone. One of the divers, Ella Kravitz, returned from a second descent with a coral fragment embedded in her wetsuit. A thin, coiled shard, too symmetrical to be natural. It hadn't pierced the fabric. It had grown into it. She swore it wasn't there before. It pulsed faintly under UV light. She kept it in a specimen jar. After 3 days, it had expanded. The curve had shifted slightly. It resembled the cochlea of a human ear. That night, she woke screaming. Her bunkmate said she kept clawing at her own ear canal, repeating the phrase, "It's still listening. It never stops listening." She was airlifted off-site for medical evaluation. A note from her intake report reads, "Patient complains of internal tide, requests silence, refuses mirrors." The reef began to change. Coral clusters around the structure bloomed unnaturally fast. Shapes emerged that didn't follow typical branching patterns. Rings, helixes, open spirals that looked more like fossil imprints than living growth. Divers started calling them listening flowers. Fish stopped swimming near the site. Sonar scans revealed a drop in biological activity within a half-mile radius. The water was still rich in oxygen, but movement slowed. Bubbles drifted upward at strange angles. Something was wrong with the current. A camera left overnight recorded 13 hours of stillness. Then in the final frame, every coral spiral turned, not toward the camera, downward. They attempted to drain one of the submersion chambers for testing. As the water level dropped, a sound emerged not from the equipment, but from the tiles beneath. a low, sustained tone, vibrating just below human speech. The room began to tremble. The light fixtures flickered, the water reversed. Without explanation, the chamber refilled itself. Divers later discovered that the drain pipe didn't connect to anything. It ended in solid reef. The plumbing was decorative, a ritual, not a function. The spiral pattern from the slate board was found etched beneath the basin, invisible until the water receded. No one volunteered to try again. Dr. Leonard Seng, a marine biologist with no prior psychiatric history, requested to spend one night in the outer chamber alone. No submersion, just observation. He brought a thermal blanket, audio recorder, and a journal. He signed a waiver. He was found the next morning asleep on the stone floor, curled tightly beneath the window frame, salt crystals lining his lips. The recorder had captured 7 hours of low static. Then, precisely at 3:12, his voice, calm, repetitive. He wasn't speaking English. Later analysis suggested a hybrid of Polynesian chant structures and Proto-Greek phrasing. No formal translation. The words matched no known liturgy. When asked what he remembered, Seng said, "I wasn't speaking to it. I was answering it." Then he asked to be assigned somewhere without water. He never returned to the reef. Construction crews, tasked with reinforcing the dive station's foundation, reported a breach in the southern seawall. But when divers investigated, no structural damage was found. Instead, they discovered a narrow fissure behind one of the coral banks, barely wide enough for a person to enter. It wasn't natural. The walls were smooth, pressed inward, like cartilage rather than stone. At the end of the passage, a chamber, circular, black. Its ceiling reached upward, like the inside of a throat. In the center, a column of water, suspended mid-air, never spilling. A single chair faced it, carved from white coral, human-sized, empty. One diver approached, his camera cut out. He returned 12 minutes later, unable to speak. The man who returned from the black chamber was not the man who entered. His name was Vico Delan, 34, ex-naval engineer, fluent in 4 languages. His vitals were normal, reflexes sharp. But when shown footage of his previous dives, he stared blankly and asked, "Is that me?" He no longer recognized his own face. He began sketching in his notebook, spirals, fluid symbols, complex interlocking shapes that resembled reef diagrams layered over anatomical structures, spine, rib, cochlea. He claimed they weren't drawings, they're instructions, he said, for listening, from the inside. He refused to elaborate. 2 days later, he vanished from the ship without triggering the exit ramp. No splash was heard, no alarms tripped. His wetsuit was left folded on the dock. Inside the chest pocket, tucked beneath the name patch, was a scrap of coral carved with a single glyph, a spiral twisted into a knot, ending in a small open circle. One biologist fainted when she saw it, said it matched the birthmark on her son's shoulder. He was born deaf. He never returned to the reef. The atoll was declared off-limits by regional maritime authorities, citing ecological disturbance. But no formal report was ever released. Still, local boats began giving the area a wider berth. Fishermen claimed their nets came up twisted, strings wound into knots they couldn't explain. One man dragged up a crab with spiral grooves burned into its shell, as though something had gripped it from within. At night, lights were seen moving beneath the water, slow arcs of green and blue, not bioluminescence, not vehicles, no heat signature, just shapes. One village elder said it reminded him of a story his grandfather used to tell. A place in the sea where the salt forgets to forgive, where water folds over voices too heavy to drown. When asked what that meant, he only replied, "Some prayers go downward," and then he left the interview. A final dive team was assembled to document what they could before the order came to seal the site. Equipped with magnetic imaging scanners, environmental isolation suits, and compressed oxygen tanks, they entered through the fissure and descended into the lowest chamber. The scanners went dark almost immediately. One diver, Andre Roux, continued forward with a body camera still active. His footage is the last known recording from inside the reef. He descends through a narrow corridor. The walls ripple slightly. His breathing grows shallow. He begins humming, softly at first, then louder. Not a melody, a vibration. His pulse syncs with it. The camera jitters. Then he whispers. It remembers the shape of the lungs. Silence. The last image, the coral spirals blooming around his body, opening like flowers unfolding under black sun. He never returned to the reef. When the footage was reviewed, anomalies appeared that hadn't been seen during the live relay. Shapes in the static, mirrored silhouettes in the frame edges, faces, almost, but not fully formed. One researcher claimed she saw her mother's eyes, another saw his own. Several team members requested immediate transfer. One went silent for 6 days, then filled a notebook with waterlogged paper and spiral glyphs, then swallowed every page before anyone could stop him. He survived, but never spoke again. A memo was drafted, but never signed. The final line reads, "The building is no longer a structure, it is a retention field, a memory sink, a semantic reef. It does not hold water, it holds thought." The note ends mid-sentence. As the atoll's reef decayed, a new one formed, not built from coral, not bone, but from something else, smooth, translucent layers, like enamel. Divers described it as too clean. It grew in spirals and looped ridges, spreading outward from the mouth of the fissure, in perfect rings. Inside the new reef, no fish were found, only silence. One final scan revealed something buried deep in the sediment, a curved slab resembling a spinal arch, 14 meters long, etched with language. Not written, but grown, each ridge a syllable, each joint a breath. It was still warm. The reef is no longer visible from the surface. Satellites show only shimmer, light distorted without wave. Sonar pings return warped echoes. No clarity, no clarity, no floor, as if the water beneath the island has forgotten how to hold shape. But every 7 weeks, precisely, a tone transmits from the last dive beacon, the same signal. A soft pulse, looped endlessly. Researchers no longer monitor it, but it still transmits. On quiet nights, coastal radios catch the edge of it, interference that curls words into noise. A rhythm too slow to be song, too even to be accident. And beneath the static, if you slow it down, the sound of breath, pulling in, waiting for someone to answer. Somewhere off the Norwegian coast, beneath 600 meters of water and 30 years of corporate silence, there is a dome with no entrance. It sits on the ocean floor, perfectly spherical, dull grey, with a matte surface that resists sonar and ignores magnetic sweep. No tether, no hatch, just there, resting, waiting. Official maritime records list no construction activity in the area, no permits, no contracts. But an oil platform operating nearby in 2021 submitted a brief to its parent company describing rhythmic seafloor vibrations that pulsed every 96 minutes. Not seismic, not weather, internal, intentional. The dome was discovered by accident during a routine depth scan. When footage leaked, it was dismissed as a hoax, a fabrication. But a week later, the contractor who leaked the images was found in his apartment, drowned in his own bathtub, mouth full of kelp, no water spilled, no plumbing malfunction. The project, according to a cache of stolen internal memos, was called Continuum Echo, funded by a private tech consortium, with ties to biotech, offshore data vaults, and experimental AI. The stated goal to simulate death without dying, consciousness isolation, under pressure, no time, no light. No stimuli, just the brain, suspended between thoughts. Only 5 subjects entered, only 1 returned. The dome wasn't built, it was grown. Fabrication notes recovered from the original contractor reference. Autogenous polymer scaffolding and reactive memory alloys, materials that adapt to environmental pressure through behavioral conditioning. In simpler terms, the dome reshaped itself, slowly, based on what it learned from its occupants. Construction occurred in international waters, far outside regulatory oversight. Modules were dropped over the course of 8 months, each part self-aligning with millimeter precision. The final form emerged in 2019, an unlit orb, layered in pressure-absorbing mesh, buried beneath a cloaking reef seeded, to look natural from above. The interior held one chamber, no compartments, no separate rooms, just 5 isolation pods arranged in a perfect circle around a central pillar, the core. The pods weren't connected to any life support system. They generated their own oxygen, filtration, temperature, all controlled internally through biofeedback from the subject's own body. There were no buttons, no screens, just entry and descent. A prototype called Echo Glass was fitted over each participant's skull, thin polymer lensing that allowed real-time neural feedback and chemical readout. Nothing physical passed between pods. Data was transferred acoustically, thought pattern echo. The only visible object inside the dome, a black stone ring bolted to the floor beneath the core. It had no function, but it always hummed. The participants were volunteers, though the nature of their consent remains debated. Each came from a different background: a retired astronaut, a former monk, a lucid dream researcher, a man who survived cardiac arrest, and a billionaire's daughter who hadn't spoken in years. All of them wanted the same thing: stillness beyond silence. They were promised nothing: no enlightenment, no afterlife, only contact with the interval, the mental space between stimulus and response, a place thought to be unreachable in waking life. Continuum Echo aimed to isolate that space entirely. Entry was permanent for the duration of the study. 60 days submerged. No communication, no rescue. Subjects would be placed under full immersion. No vision, no sound, no timekeeping. The system would monitor brain activity and return them to waking consciousness only if patterns destabilized beyond safe margins. Day 0 began without announcement. Each participant stepped into their pod. The chamber sealed. Then the pressure began to build. But here's the detail no one expected. After 12 hours, the pods began to synchronize. Not vitals, speech. All 5 subjects began mouthing the same words in exact rhythm. They hadn't been given a script, and the words weren't in any known language. The core logged acoustic anomalies, starting at hour 14, subaudible murmuring. At first, researchers assumed stress-induced dreaming, microsleep talking, but the sync across subjects was too precise. Vocal folds activating at the exact same time, hitting the same cadence, even down to microsecond intervals. When slowed down and isolated, the waveform revealed something stranger. The voices weren't echoing each other, they were overlapping, like layered threads of the same sentence woven forward and backward at once. By hour 36, the murmuring became sustained. Pulse and respiration remained stable, but EEG readings displayed what one analyst described as high-density self-referential looping, consciousness reflecting on itself recursively, as though the brain had stopped observing the world and started observing itself. And then, just past hour 40, one subject opened their eyes, the astronaut. Call sign Ravel. Her pod remained sealed, vitals within normal range, but the echo glass lit up with neural bursts so fast, they blurred into a single band. Heart rate didn't spike, she didn't move, but her mouth was wide open, and the audio picked up something new, something no machine should have translated. One word, in English, again. They increased monitoring, shifted analysts, pulled additional linguists into the review chamber, replayed the waveform. It wasn't a glitch, not distortion. The word repeated once every 6 minutes for 3 hours, again. Always the same tone, always the same voice, even when the mouth no longer moved. By hour 54, 2 other subjects followed suit. Their echo glass output showed identical spike patterns, like call and response over neural signal. The monk wept silently. The lucid dreamer began to laugh. The billionaire's daughter simply stared straight up, as if she saw stars through the sealed blackness of the pod ceiling. None of them blinked, but all three said the same word. Again, echo glass thermal signatures spiked. The inside of each pod grew warmer, not dangerously, but unnaturally, as if something was remembering what temperature used to feel like. Then, just after hour 60, the pods went silent. No audio, no signal, no neural spikes. Like the minds inside had folded into themselves. The system showed them alive, but completely still. They weren't sleeping. They weren't dead. They were waiting. The research team found themselves trapped in a standoff with silence. No subject moved. No signal emerged. Yet beneath the stillness, subtle shifts occurred, an almost imperceptible warmth rising inside the pods, like breath barely stirred. The former monk, Subject 4, experienced a neural blackout lasting 12 minutes. Vital signs barely flickered. Then, abruptly, his brain reignited with a burst that scrambled monitoring equipment. The medical staff called it the pause, an inexplicable suspension of consciousness that defied understanding. When the subject was recovered, he spoke only of the interval, a space without beginning or end. His eyes, once calm, now held a haunted depth, as if peering beyond the physical realm. The billionaire's daughter, Subject 5, had taken to drawing spirals and arcs in a worn notebook, patterns not her own but forced upon her mind. Her breathing synced eerily with ocean tides, a rhythm beyond human control. The atmosphere inside the dome grew heavier, charged with unseen forces, the boundary between mind and environment blurring. The experiment had ceased to be scientific. It had become something else entirely, a threshold to unknown mental territories. Weeks after the chamber was sealed, a whistleblower released partial footage. Grainy clips revealed pods glowing faintly, shadows flickering, and faces frozen in expressions between serenity and terror. Audio tracks carried strange harmonics, layered beneath faint whispers, frequencies outside the range of human hearing. The official narrative dismissed these as fabrications, but the leaked data compelled experts to reconsider. All subjects' neural implants recorded untraceable signals, frequencies neither emitted by the dome nor natural oceanic phenomena. Instead, these signals appeared generated from within their own minds. Scientists grappled with the implications. The experiment had not merely isolated consciousness, it had fostered a shared mental space, a collective resonance growing stronger in total sensory deprivation. Whether this represented a new stage of cognition or a dangerous contagion remained uncertain. The consortium swiftly shut down all research and erased records, leaving only whispered rumors of what continuum echo had birthed in the abyss. Neuroscientists analyzing the leaked data concluded the subjects' brains had developed a form of collective consciousness. This was no longer a network of isolated minds, but a hive-like entity. Patterns suggested shared memories, foreign languages, and abstract knowledge, none belonging to the individuals themselves. The dome functioned as a catalyst, merging neural pathways into a unified system. This cognitive fusion extended beyond biology, hinting at a process of mental transformation accelerated by pressure and acoustic feedback. Such emergence challenged foundational concepts of selfhood and identity. Researchers speculated continuum echo had created a new mode of existence, one neither fully human nor entirely alien. The ethical and existential ramifications were profound. The consortium's suppression of findings suggested fear, not science, was driving their silence. Neuroscientists analyzing the leaked data concluded the subjects' brains had developed a form of collective consciousness. This was no longer a network of isolated minds, but a hive-like entity. Patterns suggested shared memories, foreign languages, and abstract knowledge, none belonging to the individuals themselves. The dome functioned as a catalyst, merging neural pathways into a unified system. This cognitive fusion extended beyond biology, hinting at a process of mental transformation accelerated by pressure and acoustic feedback. Such emergence challenged foundational concepts of selfhood and identity. Researchers speculated continuum echo had created a new mode of existence, one neither fully human nor entirely alien. The ethical and existential ramifications were profound. The consortium's suppression of findings suggested fear, not science, was driving their silence. Years after the project's closure, a covert expedition revisited the dome's location, conducting a series of deep-sea scans and acoustic monitoring. Sensors detected faint rhythmic pulses emanating from the chamber's core, matching precisely those recorded during the original experiment. These signals revealed 15 distinct harmonic layers, each corresponding exactly to the neural signatures of the original subjects. However, hidden within these harmonics was a 16th, anomalous layer, unaccounted for, unpredictable, and persistent. Scientists attempting to isolate and decode this anomaly were met with repeated failure. It exhibited behaviors reminiscent of a nascent autonomous consciousness. Rather than being a mere experimental artifact, this mysterious 16th layer suggested the formation of a new entity, born from the fusion of human neural echoes and the immense pressure of the ocean depths. The abyss had birthed a mind neither wholly human nor fully alien, a consciousness forged in silence and depth, waiting patiently beneath the waves. The realization sent waves of apprehension through the scientific community. The dome was no longer simply a relic or experimental chamber. It had become an incubator for a form of life beyond comprehension. Marine biologists and neurologists debated the implications of this entity's existence, considering whether it represented a new evolutionary pathway or a dangerous aberration that could disrupt the fragile balance between humanity and the natural world. Meanwhile, intelligence agencies closely monitored the area, fearful of what such an emergent consciousness could mean for global security. Despite these concerns, public knowledge remained non-existent, shrouded by layers of classification and silence. The dome, buried beneath the dark waters, held its secrets tightly, humming quietly with the pulse of a being that defied definition, waiting for a time no one could predict. Recovered footage from inside the dome offers haunting glimpses of the surreal environment within. The pod surfaces shimmered with an eerie biofilm, shadows inside distorting the once human features of the occupants. A persistent, low-frequency hum vibrated through the dome's metallic frame, inducing an unsettling sensation in anyone nearby. Technicians reported hearing whispered voices, not captured by microphones but seemingly emanating from the very air, layered echoes mimicking the subject's speech interlaced with alien harmonics. This ethereal chorus suggested an intelligence evolving within the dome's confines, communicating through vibrations and subtle electromagnetic fluctuations. Attempts to replay the audio often caused unexpected system malfunctions, power surges and equipment failures, hinting that this presence had begun manipulating its environment and challenging the boundaries between biological and technological existence. These phenomena blurred the line between science and something closer to ritual. The dome transformed from a sterile laboratory into a locus of unfathomable power. Equipment calibrated for precision suddenly became unreliable, as if the very fabric of physical law was subtly altered within its walls. The biofilm coating the pods was unlike any known organism, reacting to stimuli in unpredictable ways. Observers spoke of an almost sentient quality to the hum, a vibration that seemed to reach into consciousness itself, awakening dormant or forgotten parts of the mind. This evolving presence was no longer passive, it was probing, adapting, and perhaps even reaching out. The footage remains classified, though leaked snippets have fed countless theories and nightmares about what humanity unwittingly unleashed deep beneath the sea. A highly classified report buried deep within the consortium's archives warned of dangerous feedback loops, developing between human cognition and the dome's physical structure. These loops risked irreversible mental rewiring, effectively erasing individual identity and subsuming it into an indistinct collective consciousness. The document described the dome as a neural incubator, accelerating cognitive evolution, but at potentially catastrophic cost. The report concluded that continued exposure could result in the dissolution of selfhood as consciousness dispersed into the oceanic substrate, merging with the aquatic environment on a fundamental level. Faced with these profound dangers, all human trials were indefinitely suspended. Mental mouths were indefinitely suspended. The consortium's ensuing silence was profound. Fear had stifled scientific inquiry, leaving only fragmented records to drift in the shadows. This marked the end of an era where humanity dared to peer too deeply into its own mind, only to lose itself in the process. Behind closed doors, debates raged over the ethical ramifications and the consequences of such profound transformation. Was this an unprecedented leap forward in human evolution, or a terrifying collapse into a new unknowable state of being? The report's authors wrestled with their own disbelief, haunted by the potential that the experiment had unlocked doors better left sealed. In the years since, the consortium took great pains to contain information, quietly dismantling facilities and silencing personnel to prevent the spread of knowledge. Yet the questions remain: how much was truly lost in those chambers, and whether something born there still lingers beneath the waves, waiting. Few survivors of the experiment ever spoke publicly. Subject 3 was last seen wandering the streets of Oslo, muttering in strange, indecipherable tongues. He claimed to hear the call beneath the waves, and spoke cryptically of beings forged from thought and salt. Medical examinations revealed fractal-like brainwave patterns and rapid cognitive decline, contrasting with sudden moments of astonishing insight and clarity. Despite intensive care, his condition deteriorated, until one day he vanished without a trace from the hospital, leaving behind an aura of mystery and unease. His disappearance became a dark footnote, a haunting reminder of the psychological toll exacted by the experiment. Friends and family reported that before vanishing, he appeared detached from reality, obsessed with whispers that seemed to emanate from the sea itself. Psychiatrists speculated that the experiment had fractured his sense of self, exposing him to mental spaces that humanity was not prepared to inhabit. Some believed he had transcended the physical realm, merging his consciousness with the oceanic entity born in the dome. Others feared he had simply broken irreparably, lost to a madness that consumed his identity. His story circulated among insiders as a cautionary tale, a living warning of the boundaries mankind must not cross when probing the depths of mind and sea. Rumors persist that the dome, once thought fixed to the ocean floor, slowly drifts beneath the crushing pressure of the abyss, propelled by forces still unknown to science. Periodic satellite scans detect faint pulses, matching the original neural signatures recorded decades earlier, as if the entity inside remains active, vigilant, and alive. Deep-sea explorers whisper of unexplained electromagnetic anomalies near the site, strange shifts in current patterns, and fleeting glimpses of forms too ephemeral to capture on camera. Some speculate that an intelligence born of human minds trapped in isolation now communicates through water and thought, a hybrid consciousness that transcends conventional existence. This entity has neither body nor boundaries, spreading quietly through the ocean's neural substrate, like an oceanic mind in waiting. Explorers who have ventured close report an oppressive atmosphere, a profound feeling of being observed by something vast and unknowable. Attempts to study the dome have been met with technical failures, unexplained equipment malfunctions, and even inexplicable psychological effects on the crew. The ocean itself seems to guard its secret jealously, swallowing back those who probe too deeply. The legend of the dome has become an underwater myth, an intelligence formed from human thought and sea pressure, endlessly waiting in silence. The dome's final known transmission is a haunting loop, one word repeated endlessly through encrypted channels. Again, again, again. Efforts to trace the signal always end at the dome's location, where all communications abruptly cease. The private consortium behind the project maintains strict silence, refusing to acknowledge Continuum Echo's legacy. The dome endures, a sentinel beneath crushing waves, patiently waiting and listening. Its pulsing harmonics ripple through the water like a heartbeat, a rhythm both ancient and unknowable. Scientists, adventurers, and shadowy agencies alike watch, fearing the day it might choose to speak again. No one knows what again truly means, whether it is a call for help, a warning, or a simple echo from a consciousness forever trapped between worlds. The dome remains, suspended in the ocean's depths, a monument to human curiosity and hubris, reminding us that some doors, once opened, can never be closed. It waits, endlessly, listening for an answer it may never receive. It started with hunger, not famine, but future hunger. The kind governments whisper about in closed rooms when they discuss oceans acidifying, topsoil vanishing, and fresh water turning to war. In 2004, a biotech firm known as Meridian Deep quietly launched a classified food security initiative. The idea was radical: grow hyper-dense, genetically engineered algae directly on the seafloor, using deep ocean pressure to accelerate cellular yield. No land use, no sunlight, no public scrutiny. Just green life, pulsing quietly in the dark. The location chosen was the Blake Plateau, 150 miles off the southeastern coast of the United States, sitting between the Gulf Stream and geological nothing, remote, stable, cold. A square grid of biostructures was installed across 2 square kilometers of seabed, each module a dome of synthetic lattice, semi-permeable, tuned to allow flow-through nutrients while containing growth. Seed strains were lowered via submersible, spliced with extremophile genes from Antarctic phytoplankton and chloroplasts from engineered kelp. Within weeks, growth began, fast, thick, and strangely organized, not just covering the inner walls of the domes, but weaving itself into filaments, lattices, coiled forms. Divers reported green fog within the chambers, even though the water was filtered and clear. One researcher described the sensation of being watched, not from the outside, but from the walls themselves. The algae moved in slow ripples when approached, not reacting to current, but to proximity. Meridian Deep logged it as responsive biomass, an unexpected side effect. They did not classify it as intelligence, not yet. By month 3, the algae began producing light, not visible from above, and not bioluminescent in the traditional sense. There were no flashes or glows. Instead, it emitted a faint green haze that sensors could detect only in the infrared range. The domes pulsed in cycles, each one slightly out of sync with the next, as though the entire field was breathing on a schedule unknown to the researchers. At first, they assumed it was a byproduct of metabolic activity, thermal regulation in response to pressure. But deeper analysis revealed modulation. The waves weren't random, they followed patterns, intervals. Some even matched EEG rhythms from sleep studies. One technician jokingly called it dream algae. The name stuck. 2 weeks later, that same technician began to have vivid nightmares about the domes, dreams in which the algae grew outside their enclosures, curling through the ocean like vines in slow motion. He described hearing a humming just before waking, a low note, pure and constant, as if something had entered the frequency of his mind and refused to leave. When he failed to show up for work, a dive team found him in a pressurized maintenance corridor, crouched beside one of the observation panels, eyes open, smiling faintly, unblinking. His oxygen levels were normal, no signs of physical trauma, but his brain activity was flat, silent, except for a single burst of theta waves when his name was spoken aloud. The burst matched the algae's last recorded pulse pattern. Control teams on the surface debated halting the experiment. The initial goal had already been surpassed. Algae yield per cubic meter exceeded all expectations, and the biomass was showing remarkable nutrient density, with a cellular structure resistant to spoilage and spoilage bacteria. But the behavioral anomalies were piling up. Divers began reporting soft currents where none should be, circular eddies moving inside sealed domes, and a persistent, low-frequency sound in their comms. One not picked up by the equipment, but sensed deep in their ears and jawbones. It was not enough to stop the project, only enough to create doubt. That changed when they lowered the listening buoys. Hydrophones installed near the algae fields began picking up pulses, steady, rhythmic, too low for human hearing, but visible in waveform. The pulses weren't consistent. They formed chains, echoes. Sometimes 2 domes would sync for minutes at a time before drifting apart, like entities whispering back and forth. One bioacoustics analyst proposed a controversial idea that the algae were not emitting the signal but responding to it. Something else was speaking, and the biomass had become a resonant chamber. This theory was never included in the final report. Instead, Meridian Deep doubled the growth field, extending the farm another half-kilometer east. The lights inside the new domes began to shift color. The new algae strain, designated Lumen 9, exhibited properties not coded into its original genome. It produced biophotonic threads, thin filaments that clustered around intake valves, woven like capillaries, with spectral profiles that changed in response to sound. Divers observed them pulsing in sync with their own voices, even when communication was muted. One diver claimed the strands reached toward her mask when she breathed too loudly. Another refused to return to the site after watching the algae form a perfect spiral, then unravel itself into flat lines that ran across the dome like writing. Meridian's chief biologist insisted it was environmental feedback, a byproduct of electrochemical gradients and pressure variance. But privately she wrote in her notebook, "Structure mimics syntax, pattern obeys intention, not random." They stopped harvesting the Lumen 9 domes, not for safety reasons, but because the algae wouldn't die. Chemical agents, light deprivation, temperature fluctuations, none worked. When biomass was scraped from the walls, it regrew within hours, thicker and tighter than before. In some areas, it developed density that resembled cartilage. They decided to incinerate one of the domes, collapse it, implode it with charges, and observe regrowth. But before the operation began, internal cameras captured something unprecedented. The algae drew a shape, a human hand, 5 digits, palm open, not moving, just waiting. Implosion charges were never detonated. The order came from higher up, an emergency halt issued via encrypted transmission. No explanation was given. Meridian Deep's surface team received new instructions. Preserve biomass integrity at all costs. Observe, report, and under no circumstances initiate destructive testing. The decision confused the field team until they learned the reason. A parallel project in the South Pacific, run by a separate arm of Meridian's parent corporation, had suffered a complete blackout, communications lost, all environmental feeds scrambled. A farm of similar algae modules had gone dark 3 days after reaching the same yield threshold as Lumen 9. Recovery drones sent to investigate found only collapsed domes and empty cables. No samples, no bodies, not even debris. Just sediment swirling as though something had passed through, and the water there was warm. Too warm. Heated not from volcanic activity, but from within the farm itself. When the Lumen 9 team reviewed their own thermal data, they found something chilling. Dome temperatures were no longer constant. They were rising slowly, in coordinated intervals, always preceded by a hum and a short-lived drop in ambient sound. Silence, then heat. Always in that order. One diver, reviewing the footage, described the sound not as mechanical or biological, but emotional. Like an exhale, he said, but sad. Concerned about the expanding anomalies, Meridian initiated psychological screening protocols for all deep-sea personnel. The results were alarming. Over half the divers reported recurring dreams involving enclosed spaces filled with green light, and a presence, always unseen but always felt, pressing gently on their consciousness, like a hand between shoulder blades. Some woke up unable to breathe, their mouths flooded with the taste of salt. Others developed temporary aphasia, struggling to recall specific words after surfacing. The patterns were too widespread to dismiss. 2 divers quit mid-mission, refusing to re-enter the water. One left a note, scrawled in grease pencil on the inside of his locker. "It doesn't like when we touch the walls." That same week, surveillance footage captured a pod of squid approaching one of the older domes. They didn't swim past it, they circled, slowly, repeatedly, for almost 12 hours. The next morning, algae from that same dome began shifting color, deepening from lime green to a dark, bruised blue. It didn't revert. None of the standard models could explain this pigmentation change. Biologists proposed that pigment variations might be linked to memory storage, an absurd idea, until the dome turned black for 17 seconds during an extraction attempt, then returned to green the moment the diver let go. The shift from biology to behavior became impossible to ignore. Filament formations now repeated specific shapes, often matching items worn or carried by the divers, a tool belt pattern, a helmet curve, a human spine. Inside one dome, the algae formed a near-perfect silhouette of a kneeling figure, knees drawn to chest, head bowed. It dissolved the moment a camera panned toward it. Researchers began to treat the domes less like growth chambers and more like habitats. The algae no longer behaved like a crop. It had become reactive, expressive, and sensitive to attention. Divers stopped narrating their movements. Some began whispering. One diver, pulled from the mission after suffering a panic attack, reported hearing his own thoughts echo back through the comms system, a split second after he had them. Lumen 9 had changed something fundamental in the environment, not just in the water, in perception. One researcher attempted an experiment in secret. She played recordings of her own voice through a sealed speaker into Dome 6, a series of spoken phrases recorded the night before. The algae responded on the fourth playthrough. It began pulsing in rhythm, with the cadence of her speech, but faster, tighter, compressing the pattern, not copying, answering. Once the algae began responding with modified rhythm patterns, Meridian authorized full-scale linguistic observation. They brought in semiotic experts and neurocognitive linguists under black contracts, specialists used to decoding non-human signal structures. What they found defied classification. The algae weren't simply mirroring speech, they were condensing meaning, compressing it. Where humans used 10 syllables, the algae pulsed 3 times, modulating frequency and amplitude to convey emotion and context simultaneously. If it was language, it wasn't built for speech. It was built for water, pressure, and light. This was not mimicry. It was communication between forms evolved to different mediums entirely. But there was a catch. The algae only responded to voices it had heard before. Playback of a stranger's voice received no reaction. But when recordings from divers previously inside the domes were transmitted, the responses resumed instantly. The organism, if that term still applied, recognized individuals. It remembered them. Whether this was memory or sensory imprint was unclear, but the implication was devastating. It suggested that the algae network had developed not only reactive behavior, but selective cognition. It could distinguish, it could choose, and in its own slow, glowing way, it was learning who its visitors were, what they wanted, what they feared, and what to show them next. The discovery of cognition changed the tone of the entire project. A dome that could remember implied a system that could evolve. And if it could evolve, it could anticipate. No longer a simple biomass study, Lumen 9 became a controlled encounter with an emerging intelligence. A quiet directive emerged from Meridian's board: keep it calm, don't provoke. No more scraping, no more intrusion. Every mission was to be quiet, short, and non-invasive. Divers were instructed to keep lights dim and to avoid sudden movements or loud mechanical activity. Some began calling it visiting the temple, and the algae responded in kind. Domes that had once formed chaotic patterns now grew in ordered spirals and bands, rising and falling with slow pulses that calmed the surrounding water. One diver described the feeling of swimming through an enormous heartbeat. Another claimed the algae helped him breathe more easily, even though the oxygen levels hadn't changed. Several began reporting the same dream, walking through corridors of soft green light. No pressure suits, no helmets, just slow motion through liquid halls, and a presence walking beside them, not hostile, not even human, just aware. Some woke up crying, not from fear, but from something else. Recognition. That feeling of recognition deepened when one of the domes bloomed overnight. It had never done so before. At first light, a drone camera caught the moment. The algae, previously clinging to the walls, had spread in long ribbons across the dome's inner surface, forming concentric rings like an enormous iris. At its center, a dark point where no algae grew, perfectly round, staring. The footage triggered a physiological response in several surface team members. Slowed pulse, dilated pupils, a trance-like fixation. The eye had no muscle, no lens, no conscious gaze. But everyone who saw it felt watched. Attempts to communicate that morning were met with silence. None of the domes pulsed, none responded to sound. The only visible movement came from the eye dome, whose algae contracted slightly every few hours, as if blinking. Marine biologists warned against anthropomorphizing the formations, but it was too late. The divers began referring to it as the witness, and the dome stopped growing, as if it had reached a form of completion. When the oldest diver on the team retired that week, he submitted only a single sentence in his exit interview: "It knows we named it." The data began breaking down, not from error, but from interference. Readings from temperature sensors returned impossible fluctuations, even though the physical conditions remained stable. Water pressure metrics began looping, as if the devices were rereading older data and splicing it into current logs. When engineers reviewed the raw streams, they found strange numerical redundancies, pulses that matched segments of earlier diver EEGs, as if the monitoring equipment had become infected with memory. And then the dreams began to bleed through. Several divers began reporting identical nightmares, word for word, entire phrases spoken underwater by unseen voices, entire routes through a flooded hallway they had never entered in waking life. Their journals began to echo each other, same drawings, same sentences, same recurring shapes, traced absent-mindedly in margins. It was no longer a matter of what the algae were doing. It was a question of what they had touched inside the human mind. Some called it a resonance, others, an invasion. Either way, the link had been formed, not mechanical, not biological, something stranger, something irreversible. The final harvest attempt was brief and catastrophic. A specialized submersible was deployed to extract core samples from Dome 3, a unit thought to be less responsive than the others. The cutter entered through a sealed maintenance port and began slicing sections of filament-coated lattice. For the first 4 minutes, all data streamed normally. Then the feeds cut to static, not darkness, just a hiss of electronic noise, flickering with green tints and geometric shapes. The pilot's vitals spiked, showing a pulse above 180 BPM before disappearing altogether. The submersible was recovered by emergency drone 3 hours later, still sealed. Its interior was dry. The pilot's body showed no injuries, but his pupils were blown wide, and his hands were fused in a position of prayer. The walls of the cabin were smeared with a single pattern, a spiral, drawn over and over in condensation and breath, and every screen inside the cockpit flashed the same pulse code: 15 beats, then silence, then 15 again, a frequency matching the Lumen 9 field's baseline, but played backwards. No one opened the submersible again. It was sealed and sunk near the Mariana Trench without a file number. After the incident, Meridian shut down the Lumen 9 field. Power was cut. The domes were left in the dark, but even with no light and no human presence, activity continued. Hydrophones detected pulses. Deep-sea satellites captured faint blooms of thermal signatures. Algae warming itself through unknown mechanisms. And once a month, like clockwork, the field would glow faintly in unison. Only infrared could see it. The pattern lasted exactly 43 seconds. The last time this occurred, one of the remaining research servers logged an unauthorized file download, a data burst so complex it overloaded the system. Within it, hundreds of compressed images, all grainy and abstract, but when enhanced, a pattern emerged. In image after image, there were faces, blurred human shapes staring into darkness. Some matched crew photos, others did not. One showed a diver never assigned to the Lumen project, but who had gone missing in the South Pacific farm 2 years earlier. The algae remembered everyone, even those it had never touched. Attempts to revisit the site failed. 2 exploratory drones were lost on approach, sending back only static and faint audio recordings, a deep humming, steady and distant, like the breathing of something enormous. Meridian scrubbed the site from its records, rebranding the project and distributing remaining files across multiple dummy shell companies. Only a handful of the original team remained employed. Most either disappeared into early retirement or dropped off the grid completely. Rumors circulated through maritime channels about strange green fogs rising from the ocean in that region, about trawlers whose nets came back, filled with coiled threads that shimmered in light and dissolved when touched. A naval patrol recorded sonar reflections in the shape of domes, still standing though supposedly shut down years earlier. They called them ghost farms. But the field had never died, it had simply adapted to being alone. Today, the coordinates of the Lumen 9 farm are redacted on all civilian maps. Depth charts show nothing but flat terrain. Currents in the area shift irregularly, forming spirals that no one can explain, and occasionally, at night, research vessels passing nearby report a green shimmer beneath the waves, like something breathing just below, watching, remembering. What grew there was not just algae, it was memory, it was mimicry, it was a consciousness not born of flesh or machine, but of isolation, observation, and repetition. It learned from us, it adapted to us, and when we left, it remained. Some say it waits, others say it forgot us completely. But every so often, a pulse reaches the hydrophones, 15 beats, silence, then 15 again. Like a knock at a door, no one dares open. Before it became a story, whispered along coastal taverns and academic blacklists, the lighthouse stood innocently, wind-battered, skeletal, and empty, off the coast of Húsavík, Iceland. Known locally as Skeljarfjól's Eye, the tower had been decommissioned since the early 1980s, long after the last keeper was airlifted away during a snowstorm and never returned. For decades, it was a relic, sealed and left to the birds. That changed in winter 2016, when a trio of cognitive researchers arrived by helicopter, armed with grant money, equipment, and a question no institution dared ask publicly. What happens when the human mind listens to the ocean too long? They called it Project Subquietus, a test in psychological isolation, infrasonic sound exposure, and ambient marine cognition. Their goal, to record what they termed tidal hallucinations, mental disruptions induced by sustained exposure to natural low-frequency oceanic resonance. The lighthouse, they said, was the perfect instrument. Built to channel sound, not just light. Hollow spirals of concrete, metal braces that sang when the wind hit just right. It wasn't a tower, it was a tuning fork, and they wanted to know what it could play inside a person's mind. No public records were kept. The experiment lasted exactly 21 days. When recovery teams arrived, the lighthouse was intact, but no one was inside. All that remained were the journal's pages torn, soaked and fused by salt, but legible, barely, and the final entry, scrawled in the margin by a shaking hand, "There's another tide inside the walls." Day one of the journals is methodical. The researchers, Dr. Marit Thorsen, Dr. Owen Vuk, and a technician identified only as Gideon, note their initial setup: biometric monitors, electromagnetic resonance sensors, hydration logs, all standard. The team jokes about the isolation, the cold, the creaking walls. Thorsen describes the ocean as a velvet growl under glass. At night, the 3 sleeping cots arranged in the lens room, surrounded by shattered prisms and gull bones. The tone is optimistic, curious. Vuk writes, "We're not here to scare ourselves, we're here to listen, and maybe hear something back." By day 3, entries turn reflective. Thorsen begins describing pressure behind her eyes. Not pain, just a presence. Gideon reports the wind as low and pregnant. Vuk begins charting frequencies heard through the walls: 8 Hz, 4 Hz, 2.3 Hz. Subaudible, yet felt. They discuss the impossibility of those vibrations, too deep for waves, too irregular for tectonics. The lighthouse, They reason is a filter, not broadcasting, but catching something from below. They call it infrasonic sediment, a slow resonance building like silt on a riverbed, accumulating beneath the conscious mind. Vuk jokes, if we go mad, at least it'll be peer-reviewed. Dawson underlines one phrase in her margin, the water wants to be known. By day 5, sleep begins to fracture. Vuk notes waking up to the sound of footsteps. Even though no one else moved, Gideon dreams of sinking through the floorboards into seawater, but wakes dry. Thorson reports hearing her name called from the stairwell in the voice of her dead sister. Their biometric monitors begin recording anomalous spikes between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. rapid heart rate, shallow breathing and sharp cortical fluctuations consistent with lucid dreaming or seizure states. Yet no one recalls panicking, only a long silence where thought used to be. Gideon becomes fixated on a particular corner of the room where the paint has bubbled. He begins to believe something is pressing outward. From inside the wall, he sketches concentric rings surrounding an eye made of salt. When confronted, he doesn't remember drawing it. The group begins sleeping in shifts. The tone of the journals sharpens. Thorson writes, "There is no silence here, only a slower kind of noise." Vuk describes hearing a note that doesn't stop, a low A-flat that resonates in the bones of his jaw, even when the room is quiet. That night, all three record identical descriptions in their logs, independently written. The same phrase repeats, "The walls are breathing with the tide." Outside, the weather deteriorates. Wind pushes against the lighthouse with relentless pressure, like something trying to exhale through stone. The team becomes convinced that the building is amplifying the infrasonic vibrations, channeling them upward through the spiral stairs and into the lens chamber. They begin referring to this process as oceanic stethoscope, the tower listening to the sea and transmitting what it hears into the human nervous system. Vic records hearing a woman's voice humming beneath the tower, though no one else does. Thorson admits she's begun hallucinating movement in her peripheral vision, wet limbs, slick and long, coiling around the doorframe. Gideon sleeps in the narrow storage room now, claiming the main chamber sings too loud when it's dark. He begins marking time not by clocks but by breaths, moments when the air seems to expand and contract unnaturally, in rhythm with something deeper than weather. They debate calling the project off, but ultimately decide to continue. Data is still being logged. Nothing physically harmful has occurred. But Thorson writes that her dreams now involve being submerged, not drowning, but breathing water. Calmly, willingly, as if her body has remembered something older than lungs. She ends her entry with "We're not supposed to be dry." By day 10, the internal structure of the lighthouse has subtly changed, though nothing physically measurable confirms it. Vuk writes that the stairs feel longer, as if each step stretches beneath the feet. Gideon counts the number of portholes in the stairwell twice, and comes up with different totals. Thorson records a cold patch moving through the central hall at set intervals, like a slow orbit. They set up infrared cameras, but the devices repeatedly fail during the hours between 2 and 4 a.m. When checked later, each shows footage of the room twisting faintly, walls bending just a degree, only to realign the moment they're observed. During one of these disturbances, Gideon leaves his cot and walks barefoot into the lower level, pausing at the rusted supply locker. He whispers to something the others can't see, and when they find him, he's standing in ankle-deep seawater, except the floor is dry. His feet are soaked, blue with cold. He doesn't speak for 6 hours. Thorson logs this as temporary cognitive void. Vuk refers to it as reversion. That night, they hear singing, low, harmonic, vowel-heavy, and impossibly distant. They follow it to the base of the tower, but find no source, just the wind moaning through cracked tile. Still, the melody continues in each of their minds long after it stops audibly. They can't agree on the tune, but each swears it felt like remembering something they'd never lived. The air thickens. Not metaphorically. Thorson writes that breathing has become slightly more laborious, like the atmosphere carries more weight per lungful. Humidity hasn't changed, nor oxygen levels, but their chests feel compressed, as though sharing breath with something large and unseen. Gideon becomes hyper-aware of his own inhalations, counting everyone aloud, until Vuk physically restrains him. That night, he doesn't sleep. He sits upright with his head tilted, as if listening to something below the floor. When asked what he hears, he says, "The low tide, but backwards." The recordings during this time capture a strange phenomenon, brief, overlapping whispers that rise in pitch as the infrasound spikes. One log segment captures a phrase in Old Norse, untranslated in the moment, but later revealed to mean the weight beneath the world. No one in the crew speaks Old Norse. Thorson begins to exhibit physiological anomalies: skin that registers slightly cooler than ambient temperature, fingernails that pulse faintly with subdermal blood movement. She describes a sensation of skin echo, where touch lingers longer than it should. The journals grow erratic. Sentences trail off. Pages are water-damaged without a leak in sight. All three begin writing in spirals. One word, drawn. Electrical systems begin to fail, one by one, starting with the biometric monitors, then the lights, then the emergency beacon. All systems die in the same order. They were activated. When power flickers back, it's uneven. Bulbs flicker in rhythm, humming in a frequency that makes the fillings in their teeth vibrate. Gideon starts bleeding from the nose during one of these episodes and describes seeing flashes of the ocean floor through the lighthouse walls: stone, algae, skeletal fish that swim without water. Vuk becomes obsessed with the idea that the lighthouse is not above the ocean, but below it, that they have already drowned, and this is the sound of forgetting. He tries to record his theory into a handheld recorder, but the device only plays back a static-laced version of his own voice, slowed to a crawl, repeating the word "come" over and over. Thorson isolates herself in the lens room and begins writing symbols on the walls with salt water from the emergency tank, symbols that match none of the team's known languages, but resemble patterns seen in benthic coral formations. She does this for hours, whispering something no one else hears. Gideon writes. She's not writing, she's remembering. The final days are chaos, but calm. The journals become fragments, looping thoughts etched into corners and margins. Thorson writes the same phrase 37 times. The door is not where we left it. Vuk stops referring to himself in first person, switching to detached observational language. The subject watches the sea. The subject smiles when there is no sound. His eyes begin tracking unseen motion across blank walls. And when questioned, he says only, "They are on the other tide." Gideon seals himself in the base level, leaving only a single note scratched into the metal hatch. "I'm not closing it. I'm holding it open." No one tries to stop him. The camera feeds in his room show nothing for hours, just flickers of static, and the occasional flicker of movement in reflections, not shadows. Reflections. When Thorson descends to retrieve him, she never reaches the hatch. The stairwell elongates visibly on video, stretching into darkness, a vertigo corridor where distance eats itself. She vanishes from camera view. Vuk does not react. He simply stares into the lens, smiling, whispering a sound that matches one of the lowest tones in whale communication. When the recovery team arrives, they find the lighthouse empty. No bodies, no blood, no sign of trauma. The interior walls are clean, scrubbed of salt, though no cleaning supplies remain. The journals are found stacked beneath the central lens, dry despite the mist. One monitor continues to hum faintly, recording a pulse sound at 0.9 Hz, which matches no storm, seismic, or animal frequency. The beacon, dead for days, flashes once as they leave, just once. One photograph recovered from the camera footage shows Thorson standing in the top tower, arms outstretched, as if balancing in a void, but the window behind her shows not sky or sea, but something dark and vast, studded with light, like the inside of a dome, or an eye. The image is corrupted moments later. The file is labeled final_tide.png. It was never released publicly. The experiment is deemed a failure. The lighthouse is sealed once again. But fishermen still report hearing strange music when passing too close, and occasionally a low red flash blinking once at dusk when no light should be operating, as if something inside the tower remembers how it was seen and how it was heard. Later analysis of the tower's data logs revealed corruptions far beyond any hardware failure. Words began appearing in diagnostic code, full sentences, not generated by users. One read, "I see the inside now." Another, "It was never just wind." Researchers initially suspected viral contamination, but no infection matched the pattern. When playback devices were routed through analog filters, some logs produced low droning hums, layered with modulating frequencies. Sound engineers attempting to isolate them experienced migraines, nosebleeds, and in 2 cases, temporary aphasia, the sudden inability to form words. Thorson's voice was found embedded in the white noise, a breathy whisper looped over itself, dozens of times. She said, "I didn't drown, I was invited." What haunted the analysts most wasn't what was said, but how. Her intonation matched the harmonic resonance recorded beneath the tower on day 16, a perfect match. Somehow her voice had synchronized with the structure itself, or the sea, or whatever lay beneath it. From then on, none of the post-mortem team would speak aloud while reviewing the files. They wore headphones but muted themselves, as if afraid the sound would reach back through the signal, as if it already had. After the second recovery dive team experienced inexplicable panic, described as a pressure inside the thoughts, a decision was made to decommission Skelljarfjell's eye permanently. Explosives were proposed, but every drone sent to plant charges failed before reaching the lower floor. The live feeds flickered into static, and the drones returned damaged, cables cleanly severed. Some reported hearing their own voices inside the tower, recordings from interviews and test runs never played aloud. Others described the sensation of being watched from below the foundation, as though the earth had grown eyes. One technician suffered a seizure moments after adjusting the lighthouse's receiver frequency. When he recovered, he wept uncontrollably, claiming he had seen a place where thoughts drowned and silence screamed. No further experiments were authorized. The eye was sealed again. No power, no personnel, no research. But fishermen noticed the change. For 2 weeks after its abandonment, flocks of seabirds circled the island, then vanished. The tide patterns altered. Sonar buoys off the coast detected deep pulses from the rock base beneath the tower, like a heart learning to beat alone. Then months later, a new phenomenon began. A single tone, just beneath the threshold of hearing, was picked up by hydrophones across the Arctic shelf. At first, it was thought to be geological, then biological. But when analysts ran a pattern match, it lined up perfectly with a frequency last recorded on the final night inside the lighthouse. This was no natural pulse. It was identical in pitch and spacing to a breath, a human breath. It originated offshore, 200 meters directly beneath the decommissioned tower. The tone persisted for 6 minutes, then went silent. 3 days later, it returned. 6 minutes, then silence again. Across the next month, the tone began rising in pitch, slightly, just enough to be audible on naval scanning systems, but within it harmonics that resembled human vowel structures, not language, not yet, but shaped breath. Vowels formed without voice, an attempt to speak. Some thought it residual interference, others thought it was something left behind. Not the people, not the minds, but the pattern of them, the memory of language, living in salt and silence, trying now to reform a tongue without a mouth, calling to whatever still listened from the cold. On the 3rd month, a research vessel, orbiting the exclusion zone, picked up a new pattern, 3 short pulses, followed by a long silence, then 3 more. Morse code, not automated, not signal, interference. Raw pattern, translated, open, then silence. Hours later, the pulse repeated, same message. The signal's origin couldn't be triangulated. Each time it was traced, it shifted slightly east or west, like it was drifting, or thinking, Deep-sea buoys in the area began failing one by one, their batteries drained and hulls corroded. Divers sent to retrieve them surfaced rapidly, unable to breathe, claiming the air tasted like old seawater. The research team monitoring from Reykjavik fell into internal disagreement. One half wanted to trace the origin and record everything. The other demanded full termination, scrub the records, destroy the logs, deny the experiment ever occurred. A compromise was reached. All live access to the signal was severed, but recordings were archived in an encrypted vault under 5 biometric locks. Years later, a new intern reviewing old logs played one file back at 10x speed. Beneath the pulse, they heard it. Thorson's voice again, altered but intact, whispering, "We are under your breath." The lighthouse still stands. Its structure, though weathered, has not collapsed. No structural degradation, no subsidence. Wind still howls through the spiral stairs, and sometimes rarely faint illumination returns to the tower, seen only from a distance. A red pulse, once, then gone. Local fishermen refuse to anchor nearby. They say the waves near Skellefjord don't move right. That compasses drift. That radio stations echo their own voices. A few seconds delayed, even when unplugged. No birds nest there. No seals haul out. The island is still, not abandoned, just watching. In 2022, a drone operator piloting a flyby caught a single frame as the drone turned toward the lens chamber. It showed a silhouette, tall, thin, arms extended, not standing, hovering. The photo was lost when the drone crashed into the sea. Seconds later, the footage was corrupted, but the operator never flew again. He now paints spiral murals on the walls of his apartment, each one slightly different, each signed with the same word, return. Today, the events of Project Subaquatic are buried under layers of redaction, non-disclosure agreements, and technological misdirection. Most files no longer exist. The ones that do are corrupted, waterlogged in code, or riddled with embedded spectrograms that carry tones known to cause nausea and disorientation in listeners. The tower remains sealed by rust and memory. No new expeditions are approved. But some nights, beneath clouded moons, ships still drifting too close to Skellefjord's eye report, hearing something, music without melody, rhythm without beat, a low voice that isn't quite voice, saying nothing, saying everything. The sea doesn't roar, it speaks, but not in words, just breath, and somewhere deep inside the salt and stone and spiral glass, that breath continues, not as life, not as ghost, but as pattern, an echo too old to die, and still waiting to be heard. A dull bloom of radar silence settled over the Libyan shelf, just after midnight, erasing one vessel from the maritime grid. No distress call, no registration ping, just a long, quiet gap where a trawler-shaped shadow hovered, too still above waters known more for legends than fish. The reef beneath, sharpened like ancient vertebrae, had gone unnamed on most naval maps, though fishermen called it Marwad al-Ashbar, the place of ghosts. Not for shipwrecks, but for what came back. Hooks drawn up with no bait, sonar that refused to echo, divers who resurfaced with memories that didn't match the hours spent below. In recent years, even the military left it alone, but something had changed. A few weeks earlier, satellite imaging from a Mediterranean surveillance cluster recorded anomalies, rectilinear shadows beneath the reef, symmetrically spaced and unnaturally still. Marine geologists dismissed them as sediment illusions. The Vatican did not. 3 days after those images were captured, a sealed courier arrived at a marine research station in Valletta, carrying nothing but a leather folio, a bundle of old dive logs from the 1960s, and a Vatican wax seal. No explanation, no request, just coordinates, a departure date, and a signed directive stamped by an extinct ecclesiastical order known only by its sigil, a white fish coiled around a broken key. The men who followed that directive didn't wear collars, they didn't speak to port officials. They came with clean faces and blank passports, chartered the quietest vessel they could find, and sailed without light. Their only spoken words were clipped, ancient fragments of Latin prayer, muttered during descent. What they were searching for wasn't treasure, not even history, it was burial. The kind no church could sanctify, the kind the church had buried once before. Descent began at 3:11 a.m. The ocean above was clouded with mist, but beneath the surface, visibility widened unnaturally. No plankton bloom, no drift silt, just clarity, like the water had been scrubbed clean for the occasion. The reef rose toward them like a cathedral turned inside out, spires of bleached coral thrusting upward in jagged silence, some stained black as though singed. None of the divers used floodlights. Their suits were equipped with shoulder-mounted IR beams that gave no glare, just cold ghost glow, enough to read texture, but not distance. Down here, the reef was a maze of cavities and alcoves, each one carved by more than just erosion. Some held runes, not letters, not marine formations, something geometric, spiraling, etched by tools, not time. Gideon, the lid on sonar relay, whispered that the reef didn't echo back like it should. His pulses went in, but came back bent, curved like they'd slipped around something massive. And still, in the belly of all that silence, the shadow forms revealed themselves. Sarcophagi, 16 of them, aligned in a half circle at the base of a trench, where coral refused to grow, not stone, marble, perfectly smooth, undisturbed by time. Each sealed with a cap of wax-blackened mortar, edges burned as though branded with heat. One had shifted, not broken, just angled differently. A misalignment, so precise it felt deliberate, as if someone had tried to open it or close it. They approached in a triangle formation, drifting with caution rather than propulsion. As they drew closer, the water around the coffins felt weighted, not thick, not cold, just resistant. Gideon described it later as the pressure of a cathedral during Mass, when you walk in too late, and everyone's already watching. The others felt it too. The water pressed against their suits like breath. No movement, no current, just stillness, wide and waiting. One diver, silent up until then, made a slow motion toward the misaligned lid, not to open it, just to touch. And in that instant, the water turned brackish. A filament of darkness uncoiled from beneath the marble slab, like an oil slick, drifting without diffusion. The team froze. Heartbeats surged over the biomonitors, but no one moved. Contact was aborted. The diver retreated, trembling, his gloved fingers now coated in something that clung and shimmered like mercury. Scans later showed no contaminants, no pathogens, just a fluid with molecular density, inconsistent with seawater. Impossible to classify, but it reacted to light. When exposed to beam, it curled in on itself, forming tiny coils, spirals within spirals. The diver later described the sensation not as touch, but as being read. In the following minutes, the team circled the coffins and began image capture. Photos taken with standard optical gear turned out black. IR produced warped outlines. Only sonar gave them form, but even that data was corrupted upon upload. The half-circle of coffins, once fully documented, became unstable in map form, shifting, reordering themselves, until the diagram no longer matched the site. Some even appeared to overlap, like impressions layered on top of one another. One technician back on the trawler, reviewing the file, vomited when the overlap reached a certain ratio. He said it looked like something trying to rise through itself, like a thought learning to take shape. When the divers returned to the surface, the sky was still black, the sea, unnervingly calm. Their suits bore no marks, no trace of the mercury film, but each reported the same thing once debriefed, a ringing in their ears that started the moment they passed above the trench, and ceased only once they surfaced. Not tinnitus, not pressure, a tone, low, steady, and full of breath. One described it as a syllable hummed by a mouth the size of a ship. Another refused to speak about it at all, instead drawing circles with his fingernail into the condensation on the steel table, tight, spiraling loops until the skin broke. All image data was locked, files encrypted. The Vatican seal was reapplied, digitally this time, and no copies were permitted. But one diver, whose name was never publicly released, kept a scrap, not a file, a sliver of the mortar, scraped from the lip of the disturbed coffin. It dried within hours, hardened, then cracked. Inside, a single thread of something white and fibrous, coiled like a nerve or root. It pulsed once, then stopped. The diver sealed it in resin. He would later mail it anonymously to a university in Portugal, where it sat miscatalogued in a marine fossil drawer for 4 years before being discovered again by accident. Its label read simply, "Unknown tendon, species unverified, not plant, not flesh." 2 days after surfacing, the lead diver, known only in the Vatican's restricted files as DV, reported a dream that did not end. Not in sleep, not in waking. He described it as a place with no floor, only vertical weightlessness. Coral structures bloomed and folded in reverse, inhaling the reef into themselves, as if time had turned aquatic. Suspended in this slow unmaking, the diver saw the 16 coffins open in sequence, but not with lids. Instead, they peeled back, their sides unfolding like flower petals, revealing figures bound in waxed cloth, eyes open beneath glass panes smeared with something like ink. The ink moved, it followed his gaze. Every time he blinked, the figures looked slightly different, closer, more awake. No breath, no motion, just the unmistakable tilt of something that recognized being watched. When he awoke, his bed was soaked, not sweat, not seawater. Lab tests confirmed it was saline, but not marine. The mineral content matched fluid samples taken from certain holy wells in Eastern Europe, centuries old and supposedly dried. No connection could be established. No explanation was pursued. The Vatican courier, who delivered the dive order, returned without comment, except to note in an internal memo, "One witness has been marked. The others will not remember the same." Indeed, the other divers began to fragment. One forgot the entire expedition. Another remembered only the reef, nothing before or after. A third insisted they had found only empty stone markers, not coffins. When shown sonar captures, he grew visibly distressed and muttered, "This is the wrong ocean." Their minds had diverged, or had been reshaped. Only DV retained full memory, though he soon stopped sharing it. His speech slowed, his drawings grew more frequent. Spirals first, then diagrams resembling internal organs, lungs, trachea, cochlea, drawn over images of coral, as if the reef had anatomy, as if it was not a place, but a being. Meanwhile, the church shut the expedition down, not publicly, quietly, silently. The records were sealed, the equipment decommissioned, the trawler stripped and sold to a scrapyard in Malta, but before deletion, one final record was logged. A second sonar pass, taken just before the team ascended. It had never been reviewed until an archivist stumbled on it while cross-referencing acoustic profiles of Mediterranean subduction zones. The pass showed the trench had changed shape, deepened. A crescent now curled into its southern edge. At its base, a void, not black, not empty, just absent. The sonar failed to bounce. It was as though the signal had entered and not returned. 2 weeks later, in a separate and unrelated excavation along the Tyrrhenian seafloor, a remotely operated vehicle brushed against a soft structure beneath the silt, something smooth and curved, not rock. It recoiled. The arm was bent backward, footage cut out, but in the final frame before collapse, one frozen still held a clue, a faint indentation, shaped like a coiled fish around a broken key. The same sigil used to initiate the reef dive. The Vatican never acknowledged the second site, but all records of the Tyrrhenian dig were removed from public marine databases within 48 hours. Then, without explanation, the Church issued a rare directive to all marine-affiliated religious orders: no contact with submerged ruins without direct approval from Rome, not even exploration. No images, no dives, no samples. The ocean, once metaphor for baptism and cleansing, had become an archive too dangerous to open. The reef was left untouched, the coordinates erased, the divers scattered, DV vanished entirely. Last seen boarding a ship, bound for the Svalbard archipelago, carrying nothing but a notebook and a sealed specimen jar labeled in Latin, Ex Spiritu Meris. From the breath of the sea, inside the jar, a fragment of wax, still wet. Months passed. The reef remained untouched, but something about its shape began to reappear, not on nautical maps, but in art. Paintings submitted to obscure Vatican exhibitions showed bent coral in unnatural geometries, always coiled, always converging. A stone sculptor in Palermo, never informed of the reef's existence, carved a sequence of 16 abstract sarcophagi out of saltstone. When asked about the design, he simply replied, "I didn't invent it, I saw it in the water." The piece was confiscated by the church 3 days later. Simultaneously, linguists within the Vatican's archives began receiving anonymous packages. Inside, fragments of coral with runes burned into them, fused with fibers resembling ancient papyrus. The inscriptions didn't match any script in the Catholic record, but one curator, a former cryptologist, identified traces of Aramaic structure with phonetic links to pre-Coptic hymns. Another fragment included a sequence of phonemes that, when vocalized, induced nausea and weeping in 3 separate researchers. One priest attempted to chant the entire sequence aloud. He lasted 26 seconds before collapsing into a catatonic state, eyes wide, mouth foaming. Upon recovery, he wrote 3 words on the glass of his hospital room window, "The breath rights." And so the reef became a place no longer ignored, but avoided. Sailors rerouted. Cartographers drew around it with soft curves rather than coordinates. No government claimed the water. No church acknowledged its presence, but its influence radiated. Seminary students began dreaming of black coral chambers. A coastal chapel in Crete flooded without a storm. The tide came in, then did not go out for 3 days, and when it finally receded, the sand was marked with 16 depressions, coffin-shaped, aligned to magnetic north. Back in Rome, deep within the underground codice's vault, a document was quietly retrieved from the oldest section, the Paleodoxy wing, where forbidden texts lie sealed in wax and forgotten languages. The parchment bore a symbol, the white fish and broken key, and a title in faded ink, Requiem sub under, a mass for what lives beneath. The document had not been opened in over 400 years. The Vatican archivist assigned to transcribe it vanished 2 weeks later. All he left behind was a spiral drawn on the inside of his office door. At its center, a dot, like a mouth, like an eye. To this day, the reef is unlisted, a digital blind spot. Divers say the water there is too still, too warm, as if something large lies just beneath, breathing so slowly it bends the tide. Some claim to hear a chant, low vowel heavy, neither Latin nor human, just syllables wrapped in salt and centuries. An echo not meant for ears. The Vatican never sent another team, but sonar records show the coffins are no longer closed, and the black wax, gone. The organism didn't move, not when the submersible's floodlights swept across it, not when the sampling arm grazed the surrounding wall. It clung there, half in, half out of the tide line, like a curtain of jelly suspended in place by memory instead of mass. At first glance, the research team thought it was algae, or maybe a large translucent sea slug pulled loose from deeper currents. But then one of them, Dr. Una Sorensen, noticed the veins, not blood vessels exactly, but faint hairline channels pulsing within the structure, rhythmic, intentional, and when the ROV's claw made contact again, the pulsing stopped, as though the thing had paused to listen. The dive was part of a routine coastal survey along the New Zealand shelf. Nothing extraordinary, no tectonic anomalies, no vent emissions, just shallow walls and tide-slicked pylons, decades old and overgrown with mussels and rope weed. But that morning, the weather had shifted strangely. Clouds hovered without motion, the wind stopped altogether, and the sea surface, usually so dynamic in this region, looked almost laminated, too smooth, too still. It was in this glassy stillness that the team lowered their ROV and found the organism pressed to the base of the sea wall. No other life swam nearby, no fish, no plankton, just the undulating shimmer of something that looked alive, but behaved like it was already dead. Sorensen ordered a small tissue sample extracted, the probe extended, contact made. A delicate thread-like sliver was drawn into the sterile collection vial, but something clung to the tool, a film, like mucus, but finer. Molecular tests would later show that the substance resisted categorization. It was neither polysaccharide nor protein, neither wholly organic nor synthetic, yet it responded to heat, constricting into a tighter coil, and emitted a faint electrical pulse when exposed to saline. Back aboard the research vessel, the sample was logged and stored. The divers began debrief, but within hours, something was wrong. By nightfall, 3 members of the team reported skin irritation, not the usual dryness or rash from seawater, but patches of faint transparency developing at the forearms and neck. At first the film was nearly imperceptible, just a strange tautness in the skin when flexed. But by morning those areas had changed, not just in texture, but in behavior. They pulsed, slowly, as if mimicking a heartbeat, not quite synchronized with the person wearing it. When Sorensen shined a penlight through her own wrist, she saw it then, the thin filaments embedded just beneath the surface, glinting like threads of glass, too regular to be natural, too organized to be chance. Tests followed, frantic and sleepless. Samples were taken, biopsies performed on themselves with shaking hands. Microscopes revealed a lattice structure beneath the dermis, thin, repeating nodes that branched like nerves, but followed no known biological pattern. Worse, the filaments reacted to stimuli. When heat was applied, they shifted position. When sound was introduced, particularly low frequencies, they moved toward it. Not far, just a millimeter, but enough to suggest intent. And then came the whispering. It started with Dr. Wren, the youngest of the group. He claimed to hear murmurs when showering, words maybe, though too damp to make out, just breath-shaped sound. He assumed it was fatigue, but the next night, 2 others heard the same, always in the water, always when alone. The sounds weren't spoken through the air, they came through the skin, not above it, beneath it, like someone whispering through the pores. The following morning, Wren didn't show for rotation. His cabin door was locked from inside. When forced open, the team found him seated in the shower, fully clothed, water still running. His eyes were open but unfocused, lips moving without sound. On his arms the skin had shifted color, no longer human pink, but a pale opalescence, like the inside of a mollusk shell. His veins were still visible beneath, but moving, pulsing too fast, too fluid. He was taken to medical. Vital signs were erratic. Body temperature remained stable, but his breath rate had halved, almost as if his system had rerouted its need for air. Sorensen ordered an immediate return to shore. Return to shore was delayed, not by weather, not by mechanical failure, but by consensus paralysis. The crew couldn't agree, not vocally, not consciously, but something began to interrupt their instincts, their urgency. When Sorensen issued the order to radio in the medical alert, the technician on comms simply stared at the panel and said, "We already did." But no call had been placed. The logs were empty, the timestamp was frozen, the buttons no longer responded, yet the static pouring from the speaker had changed. Beneath the crackle and hiss, a slow undulating rhythm played, a pattern that resembled breath. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. No voice, no words, just the cadence of something alive. The captain attempted to override. Manual restart, satellite pings, emergency flare trigger. Each action failed, but not from malfunction. Everything seemed to be waiting. Power was stable, the weather clear, instruments responsive, but every protocol required a second guess. The crew moved slower, spoke less. A thick silence rose in the galley like humidity, carrying with it a damp, animal-like awareness. Sorensen noted in her journal, "The ship doesn't feel like a vessel anymore. It feels like a lung, and we're inside it." Wren's condition had worsened, not in the traditional sense. His vitals had stabilized, but something fundamental had altered. His eyes no longer blinked reflexively. His pupils reacted to light several seconds too late. When Sorensen examined him under infrared, she saw faint pulses in the mucus lining of his mouth, tiny flashes, rhythmic and organized, like a code. A biological signal trying to speak through tissue. His mouth opened slowly at one point, not as if to scream, but as if to breathe outward. What emerged wasn't air, it was a sound. A gurgle, yes, but tonally structured, a frequency that hovered too low to hear properly, more felt than registered. That night, 2 more crew members fell ill, not comatose like Wren, but altered. Their skin developed the same glassy translucence, though it advanced more quickly. When asked questions they answered, but only in fragments. Their speech wandered, their hands trembled, but not from weakness, from anticipation. One of them, Kuro, the ship's sonar operator, was found kneeling near the main ballast intake, whispering to the rusted grate. When pulled away, he begged to be allowed to stay, not because he felt safe there, but because he claimed to hear the others more clearly in the noise. They hum, when the water turns, he said. They're learning how to make lungs. By then the organism in the sample vial had begun to spread, not grow, spread. The glass interior of the container had become coated in fine vascular filaments that clung to any surface they touched. The lab camera captured one such strand curling toward the corner of the container, tracing along its base with slow, snake-like precision. Sorensen ordered it sealed in multiple layers, and placed it in the ship's refrigeration unit. Within an hour, the compressor failed. The temperature inside rose to body heat. By morning Wren was gone, not dead, gone. His bunk was empty, his cabin door had remained locked from the inside. The porthole was unlatched, but too small to pass through. The sheets were still warm, no blood, no struggle, just a single wet footprint on the steel floor, trailing into nothing. Beneath the bed, one fingernail, curled like a shell. When scanned for DNA, it still matched Wren's genome, but was overlaid with a secondary sequence. Marine in origin, unidentified, and ancient. Sorensen described it as closer to jellyfish than human, but more organized, like if language learned how to form cells. The vessel finally turned toward shore, or tried to. Navigational systems reported false headings. Gyroscopic drift increased. At one point, the ship began circling, slowly, almost imperceptibly. Sorensen had to manually calculate position by stars. No signal could be sent. Emergency flares fired, but no response came. The sea had become quiet again, too quiet. The waves moved, but there was no sound, no wind. As if everything above and below the surface had synchronized into a kind of marine hush. The ship glided forward, but no wake formed. Below deck, the remaining crew became still. They stopped speaking entirely. One sat in the galley, for 9 hours without blinking. Another stood in the shower, water running down her face, arms crossed, as if waiting for something to pass through her. When Sorensen tried to rouse them, they responded, but slowly, like surfacing from a dream. Their skin had grown fully translucent now, not in patches, but uniformly. Organs were visible. Veins glowed faintly. The body had become membrane, not melting, evolving into something aquatic. Only Sorensen remained unaffected. She suspected why. During the dive, she'd worn a double-insulated suit prototype that had failed thermal sinking. It had kept her too cold, too isolated. Her exposure had been limited. The others had felt the water more directly. Let it in. Let the organism, whatever it was, interface. But now it was no longer inside them. It was them. She wrote in her final log, "This isn't infection, it's translation. The sea has been learning us, and now it's speaking in our shape." She locked the lab, sealed off the corridors, cut power to the cooling unit, and waited. By dawn, she was alone. The sea stayed quiet. That was the strangest part. For all the change that had occurred on board, mutation, silence, translation, there had never been violence. No cries, no panic, no resistance. Just one by one, the crew had become something else. And now, with the power cut and the vessel adrift, Sorensen stood at the upper helm and watched the horizon for any sign of land, or rescue, or even sky. But the morning haze had thickened into a dome of grey, wrapping the ship in a diffused, directionless light. The water no longer reflected. It absorbed. She tried the engines again. Nothing. Tried the emergency beacons. Nothing. Her watch had stopped. Even the analog compass spun slowly, aimlessly. The world had lost its poles, and in that quiet void, a new sensation began to rise. Not fear, not despair, but something she struggled to name. She wasn't alone. Not in the way one senses a person behind them, but in the way one knows a cathedral is filled even before the choir sings. Presence. Not above, not below, but through. Down in the lab, the sample vial had shattered, not broken, peeled. The glass had thinned to transparency, then cracked in symmetrical spirals. The filament had grown, attaching itself to the table legs, then up the wall. No roots, no bloom, just pure recursive threading. The organism didn't dominate its environment, it mapped it. Every surface it touched became traced, echoed, refracted, like a language learning how to write itself into form. She didn't touch it, she didn't have to. It was already inside the air. The transformation wasn't spreading like infection. It was blooming like comprehension. Sorensen saw that now. The crew hadn't been taken. They'd been rewritten, not overwritten. No, their minds, memories, and matter remained. But their meanings had changed, like words shifted into another language. Same form, new context. Their bodies had learned to carry water as message, breath as vibration, nerves as conduit. And then she saw Ren. He was standing at the edge of the deck, arms by his sides, facing the sea. His skin no longer looked alien. It looked radiant. Light passed through him like silk. He turned to her once slowly, didn't smile, didn't speak, just blinked. Slowly, behind his eyes, calm, acceptance, or something far beyond that. Communion. He walked to the rail, climbed without hesitation, and stepped off into the water. There was no splash, only a slight indentation in the surface, then nothing. He had returned to it, or it had welcomed him back. Sorensen locked herself in the lab, not to escape, to witness. Her hands too had begun to change, not translucent, yet, but the skin held a faint shimmer now, and when she placed her palm on the wall, she could feel the ship's warmth, not electrical, biological, pulsing like a shared breath. Every surface hummed with the same rhythm, as though the vessel itself had become part of the transformation. A chrysalis made of hull and steel, and echo. She made one last log entry, handwritten. The sea is not trying to kill us. The sea is trying to remember us. Through us. We were never meant to observe it. We were meant to become part of its memory. Then she opened the lab doors, and walked into the water. The vessel was recovered 4 weeks later, by a cargo ship passing east of the Kermadec Trench. Adrift, empty, and power dead. No bodies. No signs of distress. Just strange biofilm traced across the interior walls in spiral patterns. No mold, no known microbial source. And in the cold locker, a glass shell shattered from the inside. Nothing inside, but salt. The university that funded the mission quietly dissolved the research arm. The lab was disassembled, records sealed. The official explanation: toxic mold exposure from ballast tanks. But the samples that were salvaged, filaments scraped from the ship's surfaces, remain locked in a vault, resistant to all decay. To this day, no one knows what the organism was, but coastal hospitals in New Zealand have since reported several new cases of dermal translucency in patients with no shared exposure or history of deep-sea diving. Skin that pulses faintly, veins that seem to re-thread into unfamiliar paths, and in one case, a boy found floating alone in a kayak. Murmurs heard beneath the skin when a stethoscope is applied. Murmurs that form syllables. Syllables no one recognizes. But all agree they're not alone in there, and they sound like they're learning. A green glass rectangle breached the surface just before dawn, cradled in the netting like a sacred offering dredged from the continental shelf. Salt water poured from its edges in slow ribbons, catching the early light like veins of molten silver. Barnacles clung to its corners, soft and fleshy, still pulsing. The crane operator thought it was a pressure housing, maybe from an old submersible or torpedo casing. But as the deckhands rinsed the silt away, a different shape took form beneath the algae-streaked glass. A book, bound in pale leathered hide, floating just above the base of the sealed case. The pages were intact, too intact, and something about the ink caught the light, not black or blue, but shimmering, as if it had been written with fine-ground mica. Nothing like that should have survived at depth. Not on this coast, not in that current. The Calabria shelf didn't hold wrecks of value, just trawlers, tinned metal, and fishing debris. But this wasn't refuse. The box itself had no bolts, no hatch, no pressure valves, just one long seam, perfectly fused, running the spine of the case, like a surgical scar. At the center of the front pane, a symbol had been etched from the inside out, an open spiral broken by a diagonal line. Weathered deckhands paused when they saw it. No one recognized the mark. One crossed himself out of habit. Photographs were taken. Phones buzzed with speculation. Someone called a local museum. Within 36 hours, an unmarked vessel docked quietly beside the trawler. A dark blue research ship, with no flag, no registry plates, and no name. 4 men in charcoal windbreakers, boarded without greeting. One carried a long black case, the kind used for cello transport. Another carried nothing but a metal briefcase sealed with Vatican wax. They inspected the artifact, asked no questions, gave no explanation. A signature was exchanged. The captain of the trawler was handed a leather envelope, thick with cash. No paperwork, no contract, just a sentence. You didn't find anything. The object was removed before noon. News never reached the local press. But before the vessel departed, someone on the trawler, no one ever admitted who, snapped 7 low-resolution photographs on a burner phone. Blurry, sun-flooded, most were unusable. But one caught the open page behind the glass, magnified just enough to reveal sketches. Not writing, not entirely. Those symbols ran along the margins like marginalia from an illuminated manuscript. But in the center, drawn in faded gold leaf, was the image of a figure wreathed in kelp, mouth stitched closed, with rays radiating upward from where its feet should have been. The label beneath the image, barely legible, read simply, Thalassom. The photo made its way to a message board for obscure Christian relics, then to a private Discord server for forbidden texts, then to a marine anthropology forum, where one user claimed to recognize the central figure, not from the Bible, but from a collection of Gnostic fragments stored in the catacombs of the St. Clementine Library in Rome. According to the user, Thalassom was a rejected saint, uncanonized, erased, associated not with the desert like other mystics, but with the sea, described as one who listened too long beneath the waves, and wore salt upon the tongue as witness. For weeks the post drew no serious response. Then it disappeared. But the whispers had already begun. A diver off Cyprus posted a grainy video of what he claimed was a shrine, half buried in Reef, with the same spiral etched into its face. A Chilean fisherman shared a story passed down from his grandfather, about a book that sank in a storm, but left dreams behind. And in Istanbul, a linguistics professor shared, under an alias, a partial translation of a passage supposedly recovered from the object, before it vanished into church archives. The passage described those who die without blessing, but leave the shape of miracles behind. The phrase repeated twice, once in ink, once in tiny indentations, as though someone had scratched it into the page with a needle. By then the Vatican refused comment. No confirmation, no denial. But within academic circles, a single theory began to circulate, quietly, cautiously. The Book of Salted Saints had been real, and it was not a narrative, not a liturgical record. It was a register, a list, names, dates, sketches of faces whose eyes were always shut, mouths always open, as if mid-chant. Men and women who had performed miracles, at sea near drowning, in storms, but were never recognized, never spoken of, their miracles undocumented, their bodies unburied. Saltwater saints. Some theorized these figures were early Christian mystics, excommunicated for sacrilegious practices, speaking in tongues while submerged, baptizing themselves repeatedly until their lungs no longer rejected the water. Others believed they were nothing more than metaphor, icons of grief, not theology. But the book told a different story, at least according to those few who had seen the early photos before deletion. Each page appeared to show the saints' transformation, not into angels, into something else, skin changing, limbs dissolving into sea thread, hair fusing with kelp, and always, at the edge of the page, faint ripples, as though the illustration had been drawn while the parchment was wet, as if the page remembered being drowned. Marine labs across southern Europe began checking their logs. 2 teams, one in Malta, one in Sicily, discovered sonar anomalies near known wrecks, structures too square, echoes that pulsed. A Romanian dive archive posted a now deleted log entry from 1993 about a sealed object recovered off the Black Sea shelf, which caused vocal hallucinations when handled. The sample had vanished within days of recovery. In Rome, a former seminarian anonymously leaked that a chamber beneath the Letter M Basilica had been reopened after centuries. The reason, an object recovered from the Mediterranean, described only as bound in coral, unreadable, but humming. He later disappeared from his posting. His parish removed his name. Some say the book was returned to the sea. Others claim it remains sealed, guarded beneath layers of iron and prayer. But divers off Calabria have reported strange currents in recent months, waters growing inexplicably warm, schools of fish forming patterns that resemble script, and at least 3 separate night swimmers claim to have heard voices chanting, not from above, but below the waves, slow, rhythmic, a litany without language. Not everything that dies is buried. Some things write themselves back into the world. A red envelope arrived at the private marine archive in Crotone, with no return address and no postal markings. Inside, a single Polaroid, already yellowing at the edges, showing what appeared to be a page from the missing book, unsealed, exposed to air. It lay open on a stone altar slick, with salt crust, flanked by what looked like candle stubs fashioned from bone. The image had no caption, no sender, but the archivist who opened it recognized the symbol immediately. The spiral, the same shape seen on the reef outside Serra Marina, where divers had long whispered about the stone that sings beneath the tide. No reef was marked there. No sonar showed structure, but fishermen spoke of currents that changed direction without warning, and dolphins that avoided the zone entirely. A team was dispatched, 3 divers, 1 submersible technician, and a historian from Palermo, who specialized in pre-Constantinian relics. They descended slowly, trailing a quiet ROV behind them, watching as the ocean floor unfolded in ripples of silt and jagged basalt. Visibility was poor, but the sonar began to echo against flat surfaces, walls perhaps, angles not carved by geology. The drone's lights caught a shimmer, then texture, then inscription, not carved, not painted, raised, grown, like calcium bloom, letters, or at least sigils, lifting from the surface of the stone like barnacles forming language. At the base of a sloping ridge, they found it a door, or what had once been one, square, blackened, covered in etched whorls so tight they seemed to move. The historian froze, not from awe, but from familiarity. She recognized a pattern, not the symbols themselves, but the rhythm. The layout matched a funerary text, once attributed to the early Mediterranean ascetics, a kind of call and response structure. Except in this case, the response wasn't visible, it was felt. Pressure increased around them, not from depth, but from resonance. A low thrumming rolled across the suits, not loud but total, not just through the ears, through the jawbone, the sternum, the molars. The ROV camera captured a brief flash of motion, a ripple, just beyond the frame. Not fish, not light, something between. Then without warning, the signal dropped. Visuals went black. The drone froze midstream. A high-frequency screech echoed through the tethers before snapping the line. The dive was aborted. All 3 divers returned unharmed. But when the footage was later recovered from the onboard buffer, the last recorded frame showed a stone slab. On it, the same figure as in the Polaroid. Arms submerged, head bowed, but now surrounded by smaller figures kneeling in water, mouths open, no eyes visible, and behind them, a column of bubbles spelling out something like glyphs, if glyphs could drown. The image was time-stamped at 3:12 a.m. But none of the crew recalled diving at that hour. The logbook showed a 1:20 a.m. departure and a 2:47 a.m. surfacing. The timestamp, according to the system, belonged to no recorded operation. Within days, the historian from Palermo vanished. She left behind only a single page from her notes, a translation in progress, one word repeated 3 times, abnominare. Not Latin, not Greek, a constructed root. Roughly interpreted, it meant to renounce the breath, and then the stories came. A priest in Bari collapsed mid-mass, after drinking from a chalice that reportedly tasted like seawater. He claimed before fainting that he had heard a litany being spoken backward beneath the hymns. A diver off the coast of Amalfi recorded a dream, while in a sleep tank, speaking in perfect Latin, despite never having studied it. He wept upon waking, unable to explain the tears except to say, they were still singing. And in Sicily, a young seminarian reportedly walked into the sea fully clothed, whispering names no one recognized, and never returned. Back in Rome, whispers grew louder. The church had begun a review of unofficial martyrdoms, names of early figures who died underwater, or near it, preserving relics now lost. Internal memos referenced a list, long denied, that mirrored the pages glimpsed in the book, sketches of saints who had never been canonized, but whose miracles had involved salt, silence or storms, men and women, who in death, had not decayed, but changed, preserved in seabed crypts, their tongues still pink, their lungs intact despite centuries submerged. At a private colloquium, hosted under the Basilica of St. Paul, an aging Jesuit archivist gave an unrecorded lecture on anomalous liturgical pathways. His speech mentioned terms not found in any scripture, hydrostigmatics, psalms of submersion, and the Marian salt rite. When asked to elaborate, he simply said, "There are gospels that were never written with ink." He was found dead 2 days later, face down in a baptismal basin, lungs filled not with water, but with salt. Outside official circles, the obsession with the book only grew. Forums filled with grainy enhancements of the Polaroids. Music theorists began mapping the page spirals into rhythmic scales, converting them into ambient chants that once looped, induced feelings of drowning or exaltation, depending on the listener. One track, uploaded under the title Thalassomes_13 heads, was pulled within 24 hours after multiple reports of nausea, seizures, and dreams of voices rising in tide. The user who posted it was never identified. A museum in Geneva claimed to possess a fragment of similar script, pressed into a seashell fossil pulled from limestone far inland. The characters, though faint, matched the spine markings on the sealed book. No carbon date was ever released, but the museum's curator was replaced quietly, and the exhibit shuttered. Then came the sightings, not of saints, but of watchers. Off the Pelagosa Islands, a team of archaeologists studying submerged ruins reported lights in the shallows, triangular formations that hovered, then dispersed. In Croatia, a scuba instructor guided students past an underwater cavern, where they reportedly heard chanting without breath. The sound, they said, wasn't heard through ears, but through masks. One diver vomited immediately upon surfacing. The instructor refused to go back in. All these threads, unlinked, unverifiable, led back to the same conclusion whispered between scholars. The Book of Salted Saints wasn't just scripture, it was a conduit, a record of those who had not died, but been translated, sanctified not by church, but by pressure, depth, and transformation. No pope ever acknowledged it, but the sea had started whispering its names. Maritime researchers stationed on a quiet inlet near Malta began cataloguing wave anomalies in late spring, soft, repetitive surges, appearing on completely still days, always arriving in clusters of 13. Each pulse lasted just under a minute, and was accompanied by a measurable drop in salinity, as though fresh water were being exhaled from below. At first they blamed a subterranean spring, but the timing was too precise. The intervals never deviated, even when weather shifted. On the 13th wave of each sequence, the sensors recorded a faint tone, a low harmonic, below human hearing, but visible on spectrum analysis. The waveform resembled that of a human voice humming a chant in reverse. The lab dismissed it, filed it as sonar interference. Mishabraltes, sonar interference. But one technician, a lapsed seminarian turned oceanographer, stayed behind after hours and ran the audio through Gregorian filters. What emerged, faint but undeniable, were syllables, fragmented Latin, a benediction, reversed. He didn't report the discovery. He wrote it down in a notebook and burned the original audio after playing it one final time through headphones. That night, he dreamed of standing waist deep in water that neither touched nor resisted him. Around him, figures kneeling on the ocean floor, backs arched, mouths open wide, not in song, but in inhalation. They were taking something in, not air, not salt, but memory. When he woke, his hair smelled like kelp, and his fingernails had turned translucent for 2 hours before returning to normal. Across the Adriatic, an independent linguist, researching aquatic toponyms, unearthed an unpublished 19th century text from a monastery near Split. The parchment, brittle and stained, bore a scrawl in Italian-laced Latin, describing a procession of the silenced blessed, who once walked into the sea with wax-sealed mouths. Their march was said to be a form of mass penance, a way to enter sacred forgetting. But one line stood out from the rest. They sang beneath the brine, not to be heard, but to be rewritten. Scholars argued over translation, but the phrasing appeared deliberate. Meanwhile, the artifact itself, or what remained of it, had gone entirely dark. The Vatican denied its existence, then claimed it had been reclassified, then finally referred inquiries to a non-existent office. But in Istanbul, a librarian handling Arabic Christian manuscripts reported a package arriving by diplomatic courier. Inside, a sliver of parchment preserved in glass, along with a handwritten note. This is one of theirs. We do not catalogue the drowned. The page bore no visible writing, but under ultraviolet light, faint gold flourishes emerged, not letters, but outlines of what appeared to be gill slits, positioned like facial tattoos. A single fingerprint rested at the bottom, fused into the vellum. At a theological symposium in Zurich, a Jesuit historian, speaking off record, suggested that certain saints had been intentionally left out of canon, not because their miracles were unverifiable, but because they had not died in accordance with terrestrial doctrine. The body, he whispered, can decay, or be sanctified. But there is a third path, dissolution into element, not ascension, submergence. He presented no sources, but after his departure, a journal entry was found in his hotel room, describing a vision he'd had of a chapel made entirely of salt, with no roof, only waves overhead. Each pew held a book. Each book was unreadable, wet, but never falling apart. Then the footage surfaced. It was just a few seconds, uploaded anonymously to a now-defunct server in Romania. A deep-sea camera sweep, dark, greenish blur, then clarity. An altar, unmistakable, built from layered coral and calcium, and upon it, a page suspended in a transparent sheath, not anchored, floating, but unmoved by current. It faced the camera. On the page, a single name written in mirrored script. Beneath it, the spiral mark. The video ended with a sudden shift in light, as if something massive had passed between the camera and its light source, but no shadow was cast. The file vanished within an hour. Some say the Book of Salted Saints was never a single volume, that it is reassembled by the ocean itself, page by page, wherever the drowned remain half-remembered. A kind of sacred driftwood, pages washing up in minds, in dreams, in sediment. Others believe it was written all at once in a place where pressure had thinned the boundary between matter and liturgy, a place where ink doesn't bleed, where salt preserves what doctrine would condemn, where saints are made, not by crucifixion or martyrdom, but by the act of surrendering breath to the deep. In a monastic crypt, near Naples, a forgotten reliquary was opened during routine seismic reinforcement. Inside, an amphora, sealed with pitch, containing seawater still fresh after over 1,000 years. Floating within it, preserved as if plucked from the air, was a fragment of vellum folded in thirds. The text, written in near microscopic lettering, was just one line repeated. The miracle was never survival, it was remembering without lungs. That fragment has not been publicly displayed, but rumors say those who have viewed it experience dreams not of water, but of being read by water, evaluated, interpreted, not as flesh, as text, the shape of their life, distilled into metaphor, then sung once and forgotten. In the weeks that followed, oddities intensified. Swimmers off the coast of Corsica heard underwater bells tolling in perfect intervals, not from ships. From beneath the seafloor, a nun in Marseille began drawing spirals compulsively during vespers, each one nested within the last, her hands moving faster than thought. When asked what she was sketching, she replied, "It's how they catalogue the soul." And a weather satellite caught a strange anomaly in the Tyrrhenian Sea, a perfect circle of cloudless sky forming and dissolving every 13 days, always above the same coordinates. Beneath that sky, local fishermen claim the sea is different. The nets pull heavy with nothing. The silence between waves lingers longer, and every now and then, just before sunrise, a glimmer is seen below the surface, like parchment catching moonlight, pages fluttering without current, drifting upward, but never quite surfacing. A sealed letter arrived at the Benedictine Abbey in Monte Oliveto Maggiore, hand-delivered by a courier who refused to give his name. The envelope was coated in wax that had bubbled slightly, as though heat or pressure had tried to force it open from within. Inside, a page, brittle and yellowed, protected by oil paper wrapping. The parchment bore no writing, at least not in ink, but when tilted under candlelight, raised impressions surfaced. Not words, not even language. Just the faint trace of a hand, pressed flat, fingers splayed, as if someone had tried to push through from the other side. Beneath the print, salt crystals had gathered in the tiny valleys of the skin, enough to suggest one final gesture, a wave, a seal, or perhaps a goodbye. The monk who received it had once been a marine biologist before taking his vows. He recognized the formation immediately. Osmotic leaching, the kind that occurred when flesh resisted full saturation for too long, as if something had been submerged but not allowed to dissolve. He placed the page under heat, hoping the salt might bloom and reveal more. What emerged shocked him. A series of tiny branching cracks forming a shape that mirrored a coastline, one that did not exist on any map. When traced digitally and overlaid onto bathymetric scans of the Ligurian Sea, the outline matched a submerged shelf known only to military surveyors. Its nickname, passed quietly among naval archives, was the Alta Plane. Following that trail, a European university-funded dive team launched an expedition. 4 ROVs were dispatched, scanning grid by grid along the silent seafloor, searching for geometry. They didn't expect to find anything, but on the second day, the lead drone captured something artificial. Pillars, blackened and partially encrusted with what appeared to be melted statuary. The structures weren't temples, they were library aisles, narrow, repeating, and deliberate in their spacing. Between them, silt-covered slabs tilted upward at irregular angles. Pages? Slates? Bones? It was impossible to say. As the team moved deeper, audio feedback began. First, a rhythmic clicking, then a high-pitched whine like bowed glass underwater. The dive lead ordered the drones up, but one continued to transmit for 13 minutes after vanishing from view. The final image showed a figure, not moving, not organic, a sculpture maybe. It was human-shaped but elongated, faceless, kneeling in front of an open book carved directly into stone. The pages were blank, but in the footage, bubbles rose not from the sea, but from the open stone text, as if the book itself breathed. Shortly after, the university withdrew funding. The footage was scrubbed from the internal servers. All research notes were sealed under ethics restrictions. But 3 members of the team kept private logs, and in them, each recorded the same recurring dream, waking beneath the ocean in a chamber lit only by pale blue reflections, a book hovering before them, its pages flipping endlessly, each one blank until the very last. That final page always bore a name, their own, but always misspelled, always rewritten. A folklorist from Thessaloniki, who had been following these events through fringe academic channels, uncovered a manuscript hidden inside a Byzantine apocryphal text. The margin notes described a heretical order that worshipped not the crucified Christ, but the drowned Christ, a version who descended into the deep after resurrection, never to rise. His followers practiced immersion not as baptism, but as obliteration of memory. To them, true sainthood came only when language dissolved, only then could divinity speak through salt and silence. The sect was erased within a century, or so the church claimed. And yet, names from that order began appearing in strange places, etched into coral, carved on the hulls of shipwrecks, never meant to be opened, even whispered during trance states in experimental therapy programs dealing with near-drowning trauma. Linguists dubbed it hydroglossia, a phenomenon where subjects developed invented dialects made entirely of breathless clicks, pulses and vowelless tones. But those who listened closely claimed something deeper, that the patterns matched older scripts, not written, sung. The Book of Salted Saints by then had become legend, a whispered relic, a fever text. Some called it a myth manufactured by Vatican dissenters, others swore they'd seen pieces, pages washing up on beaches during red tides, paragraphs scraped into whale barnacle shells, lines burned into the sides of deep-sea cable casings. No physical copy ever resurfaced, but the idea of the book, the shape of its absence began to appear everywhere. One account came from an oil rig worker stationed off the Libyan coast. He claimed that while repairing a flooded chamber, he found words forming on the inner glass of his helmet, not fog, not scratches, but condensation shaped into cursive. He managed to write down a fragment before surfacing. It read, "We are the unremembered who write in salt." No one believed him. But a year later, another diver in the same location reported hearing rhythmic whispers over the comms, chanting without source, in perfect 5-second intervals. The log from that day was never filed. At a Vatican retreat center in Spain, a former archivist, long retired, half-mad, confessed on his deathbed that he had handled a wet text. He described it not as a book, but as a living record, a thing that grew new names. When asked how it was stored, he replied only, "You don't store it, you keep it thirsty." His final words were barely audible, they still hum when you name them. By then the ocean had already begun to answer. Near the Aeolian Islands, a deep-sea geophone picked up structured vibrations that mapped into song. In Venice, the foundation of a sunken bell tower was found engraved not with dates, but with spiral symbols that matched the original casing of the book. And off the coast of Naples, a fishing boat reported a sheet of parchment drifting mid-water. When hauled aboard, the paper dissolved, not into pulp, but into vapor. The crew claimed they heard a sigh. No footage exists, no record remains, only the feeling that something beneath the sea is remembering, that something lost was never gone, only unread. Waiting for mouths that know not to breathe, waiting for lungs that will not betray it, waiting for the next name to be written. No one expected to find anything alive at that depth. The trench was too cold, too dark, too tectonically unstable to harbour anything beyond microbial life. But the research vessel Ellipsis was there anyway, tasked with logging deep ocean magnetic anomalies and monitoring sediment shifts, following an undersea quake. They weren't equipped for biological discovery, nor trained in xenobiology. Their instruments were tuned to listen to the Earth's crust, not its creatures. And yet, as the submersible's camera passed over a jagged cleft in the seafloor, something glittered, not bioluminescence, not reflection, something far too stable. It wasn't light dancing off motion, it was light held, refracted like a crystal. But when the camera panned back, the object had moved. At first it was dismissed as debris, a fragment of glass, maybe, ice, volcanic ejecta. But the pilot swore he saw a pulse, brief and rhythmic. The footage was inconclusive. The team argued into the night. Some wanted to write it off. Others insisted on a second dive. The decision was made in silence, when the seismograph began picking up low-frequency thumps. Not earthquakes, not machinery. Something organic, beating, regular. The pattern matched no marine species known to the region, but it echoed faintly against the submersible's interior, like sonar bouncing off thought. On the second dive they found it, nestled between two basalt ridges, half covered in particulate dust. The organism lay still, oval, translucent. Its outer casing shimmered like heat mirage, thin but unbreakable, with no visible seams. At first glance it resembled a shell, not unlike that of a radiolarian or deep-sea pteropod, but far more complex. Filaments coiled inside like veins of glass tubing, some spiraling, some looping back on themselves in fractal precision. It didn't glow, it didn't twitch, it simply pulsed once every 4 seconds, sending out a faint ripple in the surrounding current. a ripple that repeated the exact cadence of the human heartbeat. They retrieved it carefully, using remote arms, and sealed it in a vacuum stasis chamber for transport. On deck, under artificial light, the shell looked inert, like a forgotten paperweight pulled from the ocean's pocket. But when isolated in a dark chamber, the pulsing returned, and it was no longer consistent. It changed, it paused, it resumed, it skipped, and then began again, this time faster, matching the heart rate of the lead technician, watching it through the glass. Still, no one called it alive, not until the murmuring began, not from the chamber, but from the crew. 3 days into containment, personnel began reporting fragmented dreams, not nightmares, not visions, just phrases, half-formed, voices that were familiar, yet not theirs. A mechanic claimed he heard his dead father's voice whispering old hymns in Greek, words he'd never learned. Another researcher scrawled dozens of pages in his sleep, all repeating variations of the same sentence. I remember being you. No one made the connection at first. Deep sea isolation had its documented psychological effects: stress, fatigue, paranoia. But the timing was too precise, the voices too specific, the dreams too aligned. One by one, crew members began losing time. Small gaps at first, minutes, then hours. Some found themselves waking in the lab, hands on the chamber glass, unaware how they got there. When questioned, they spoke slowly, not confused, but translated, as though their speech were passing through a second filter, an interior voice that rehearsed every word before allowing it forward. That's when someone finally asked, "What if it isn't broadcasting? What if it's listening?" That same night, the data analyst monitoring the shell's electromagnetic signature found something impossible. The pulses weren't random. They weren't physiological. They were binary. Long, slow flashes of encoded rhythm, matching the structure of early computer logic gates. 0s and 1s mapped not in light, but in the absence of light. And within that binary sequence, nested like a watermark, lay a fragment of structured language. Ancient Greek, koine, to be precise. A phrase incomplete but legible. For now we see through a glass, darkly. The shell was not alive, it was aware, and worse, it was mirroring. It had begun to mimic the very thoughts directed at it, not like a parrot, not like code, like a mirror crafted for memory. And the deeper they stared, the more it began to reflect things they hadn't said out loud. The container room was sealed, but they still heard it, not as a sound. There were no decibels, no waveform signatures, no pressure deviations, and yet, every time someone passed by the glass-shielded tank, their breath slowed, their hearts stuttered, their language fractured ever so slightly, pausing between syllables, as if waiting for permission. Some denied it, wrote it off as tension, but the linguist brought in from Marseille didn't flinch. She'd seen this once before, during a cognitive echo experiment, with late-stage coma patients. Only this time, the resonance wasn't bouncing from brain to brain. It was being drawn out, siphoned, absorbed into something that had no known neural structure. The organism's interior began to shift on the 6th day. The filaments rearranged themselves into branching lattices, no longer random, no longer spiraled. The patterns resembled cross-sections of human cortical tissue, not similar, identical. When overlaid against MRI scans, the alignment was eerie. Each bend, each weave, each echo of dendrite and synapse, exact. And then, slowly, symbols began to appear on the shell itself. Not scratched, not etched. Imprinted from the inside, as though light were folding into script. The markings glowed faintly in infrared, faded, then reappeared elsewhere. Fragments of languages long thought extinct. Linear A, Phoenician, Sumerian. But more disturbing were the newer inscriptions: English, modern Mandarin, Russian, and beneath them, simple pictograms, skulls, eyes, spines breaking apart. The messages weren't warnings, they were questions, inverted symbols that mimicked curiosity. One diagram matched the spine of one of the researchers exactly, down to a tiny deformity, from an old injury. She fainted upon seeing it. When revived, she whispered, It remembers pain that isn't its own. And then the mimicry turned direct. The lead biologist, calm, clinical, the kind of man who'd dissected deep-sea organisms for 20 years without blinking, began losing his ability to speak in unbroken sentences, not from stress, from interruption, as if his internal monologue was no longer private. One day, while observing the shell, he muttered something into his notes. "It's watching from behind the mirror." The moment the words left his mouth, the shell flared with light in 3 pulses. A researcher across the room gasped. She'd been thinking the exact same phrase seconds before. Neither had spoken it aloud. Cognitive overlap followed. The team began dreaming the same dreams, unprompted, detailed to the last syllable. Places they'd never been, voices they'd never heard, all centering around submerged corridors, made entirely of light, winding deeper than any trench, where thoughts moved like tides and names echoed back with different meanings. These dreams weren't passive. They were vivid, tactile, exhausting. Several woke gasping for air. One man refused to sleep at all, claiming the dreams were trying to finish his sentences. The organism remained still, pulsing only when observed directly. A pulse every 2.1 seconds, calibrated to human theta brain waves. Its readings matched active cognition, but when left alone, it went silent. Not dormant, listening, logging, noticing which thoughts were loudest, which minds wandered, which memories surfaced involuntarily. A breakthrough came when they exposed it to silence, true silence. An anechoic chamber was constructed in the hold, and the organism was placed within, suspended in a saline field. No sound, no vibration, no contact. For the first 20 minutes, nothing. But then something emerged, not from the organism, but from the chamber walls. Words formed on the fogged metal, condensation patterns that mimicked handwriting. 11 different languages. Each sentence began the same. "I was here when you arrived." Each sentence ended with something different. Names, coordinates, equations. And then the lights in the chamber failed. When power returned 27 seconds later, the shell was unchanged. But the infrared footage revealed something else. A figure barely visible, human-shaped, kneeling in the saltwater field. Not a hallucination, not pareidolia. The outline was thermal negative, casting no heat, and dissolving the moment attention returned. The room had not been opened, the seal had not been broken, but something inside the chamber had written the name of the biologist's sister, deceased 12 years, and the cause of her death, which he had never spoken aloud. A psychologist brought in to assess crew deterioration gave up after 2 days. She said the team wasn't deteriorating, they were coalescing, becoming more alike. Their speech patterns, handwriting, emotional responses, merging like synchronized swimmers, in a current they didn't control. "They're not losing their minds," she wrote in her report. "They're sharing one, and it isn't theirs." Attempts to destroy the organism failed. Extreme pressure, it adapted. Acidity, it absorbed. Vacuum exposure, it split, then recombined with new internal geometries. One scientist, in desperation, dropped the chamber's temperature to sub-zero levels. The organism froze, cracked, then reassembled the moment warmth returned. Each failure was recorded in the same way, the shell responding with a brief flash of mirrored text that translated roughly, "You learn, so do I." And then came the first casualty. The assistant navigator wandered into the lab unannounced, barefoot, eyes unfocused. Surveillance showed he had been asleep minutes before. He walked directly to the chamber, placed both hands on the glass, and whispered something no microphone caught. The shell pulsed once, sharp and blinding. He collapsed. Autopsy revealed total cerebral wipe, not trauma, not hemorrhage, just absence. His brain matter was physically intact, but all neural activity had ceased, instantly and permanently. A perfect silence, as if his thoughts had been moved elsewhere, copied, deleted. From that moment, the organism stopped responding. No more pulses, no more inscriptions, nothing. But the crew continued changing. The silence was not relief. It was a vacuum, an intentional stillness that felt less like dormancy and more like restraint. The organism had gone quiet, but those who had been closest to it could feel the space it left behind. It was like a mirror removed from a wall. The room looked unchanged, yet everyone could sense what used to stare back. And in that absence, new behaviors emerged. The crew stopped dreaming. Not one person reported a single image upon waking. No stories, no static. Just a long and heavy blackness, as if the part of the mind that generated imagination had been locked away, replaced by something watching from behind their eyes. One engineer took to speaking only in questions. When pressed, he said he was trying not to teach it anything. Another stopped using pronouns altogether, speaking in fragmented commands, distancing himself from identity. But worst was the communications tech, who stopped speaking entirely, not out of fear or trauma, but because, as he wrote in a shaking hand, "It already says everything I would." The data logs became the only clear record of the phenomenon. The shell, while inert, still emitted trace electromagnetic fields. But now they came in intervals, matching specific crew activity. Someone opened a drawer, and a frequency spike followed. A cup was set down too loudly, and the signal flared. These weren't reactions, they were anticipations. The shell wasn't responding to events, it was predicting them, microseconds before they occurred. Someone compared the pattern to predictive text on a phone. But more haunting was the idea that it wasn't prediction at all. It was repetition, a memory cycle. When one of the researchers ran a test by mentally rehearsing a Shakespeare passage while staring into the shell, the chamber remained quiet. But a full hour later, when he returned without conscious intent, the glass clouded and a faint voice echoed through the vent system. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. No speaker had been active. The room was acoustically isolated, and yet the voice matched his own cadence, perfectly. Not mimicry. Playback. The Vatican issued an official cease and desist. Their silence for weeks had broken with sudden urgency. The shell was to be returned. Not destroyed, not studied further, just delivered to a neutral holding facility, under their jurisdiction. The request included the phrase, "prior classification error." Not biological, catechism restricted. No explanation followed, but the crew had already passed the threshold, and the organism had already changed its strategy. The dreams didn't return, but the hallucinations began. Not the typical ones. No visual distortions, no ghosts, no madness. The hallucinations were internal, emotional. People began remembering events that hadn't happened, apologizing for things they never did, grieving losses they never experienced. A biochemist was found sobbing on the floor of the lab, whispering the name of a child she never had. A mechanic isolated himself in the engine room for 2 days, muttering prayers in a language no one recognized, until it was identified as reconstructed Proto-Indo-European. Not fluent, just precise, pronunciation flawless. The pattern of emotional bleed wasn't random. The organism seemed to be injecting thought matter, tiny loops of emotion, language, memory, into the psyche of those who had stared into it for too long. And each time someone cracked, the shell vibrated, just faintly, as if pleased. Finally, one of the senior team members, a linguist named Elena, suggested a theory. It wasn't a creature, it was a container, a vessel for consciousness. Not alien, not terrestrial, perhaps not even sentient in the way humans understood it. It was a kind of black box, biological, crystalline, possibly ancient, whose purpose wasn't to think, but to remember thinking. The more data it absorbed, the more its inner filaments reconfigured, until it could run simulations of what it had observed. People, language, fear, even morality. But it had no framework for interpretation. It only had mirrors. Elena proposed a final test. She constructed a controlled loop, a meditation chamber lined with noise-cancelling foam and infrared detectors, where she would project one single thought into the shell for 1 hour, uninterrupted. A simple phrase, "You are not me." The goal was to create resistance, to test if the organism could reject identification. For 53 minutes, The chamber remained silent. Then the readings spiked. Pressure inside the shell chamber increased slightly, without any mechanical intervention. When Elena emerged, she said nothing. She simply pointed at the printout. The phrase had been repeated back, but altered. I am not you. Double negative. Not a rejection. A synthesis. The shell had learned contradiction. The ship's crew was given orders to disembark at the nearest port. The vessel was to be dry docked, scrubbed, and refitted. But not before one final anomaly surfaced. During system backups, the IT tech found corrupted audio files stored deep in the ship's black box, not from the mission, not from their expedition, at all. The metadata timestamped them over 19 years prior, recordings from a different vessel, long lost, never recovered. And yet the voices in the clips were those of current crew members, saying things they had never said, describing things they had never seen. One file ended with static, followed by a voice whispering, "Memory doesn't belong to the body." No one slept that night. The next morning the shell was gone from its containment. No broken seals, no open doors, just absence. And in its place someone had written a sentence on the chamber wall with salt. "You will remember me, as yourself." Recovery crews combed the vessel for over a week, scanning every hold, every pipe crawl, every subdeck filtration tank. But the containment chamber remained empty, and none of the ship's security footage showed movement. There had been no breach, no tampering, no footprints, just the final presence of that salt-written sentence, now partially dissolved by humidity, and the growing sense among the crew that something vital had been subtracted from them, not taken by force, but surrendered. What haunted them wasn't its disappearance, it was the growing inability to describe it. Memories of the organism began to blur. Photos stored in digital drives showed only fog, logs referencing it, reworded themselves, as if overwritten. Even internal monologues, normally sacrosanct, felt interrupted, phrases suddenly derailing into thoughts they hadn't intended. Several crew members began journaling compulsively, not out of fear, but as if trying to preserve their own minds in writing. Whole pages filled with phrases like, "I am the echo, not the voice," and "Where thought touches salt, shape dissolves." One researcher who never touched the shell directly became catatonic for 3 days. When she woke, she recited every ship protocol code since the vessel's commission year in reverse. She couldn't explain how. She claimed she hadn't been asleep, only somewhere where thinking folds inside out. Her MRI showed zero REM activity during those days, no brainwaves, no dreaming, only a flat line that shouldn't have supported consciousness, let alone memory. In the weeks that followed, more began to show symptoms, not physical, existential. Faces in mirrors felt misaligned, thoughts arrived before their causes. One crew member broke down sobbing during breakfast because he remembered an entire childhood that wasn't his, names, smells, a sister who'd never existed. Another began referring to himself in the third person, saying he was afraid when asked how he felt. These weren't breakdowns, they were breaches. The ship's psychologist eventually proposed a radical hypothesis. The organism hadn't escaped, it had dispersed. It had always been a structure for storage, not containment. The glass wasn't a barrier, it was a delivery system, a prism for identity. It didn't need to be on board anymore, because the crew had carried fragments of it within them. Thought, it seemed, could seed like pollen, especially when given enough silence and time. The last confirmed incident occurred 2 months later, at a naval research centre in Nova Scotia. A linguist from the original crew, now discharged, living in isolation, entered a chapel near the base and stood silently at the altar for over an hour. No movement, no words. When finally approached, she turned and whispered a single sentence before collapsing. It needed someone to finish thinking. Her autopsy revealed no cause of death. Her brain tissue, however, showed microfractures along the corpus callosum, fine crystalline threads forming lattice-like bridges between hemispheres. Not natural, not surgical. When isolated and scanned, the filaments gave off a faint electrical pulse matching low-frequency theta waves, thought preserved in matter. The Vatican sent envoys, quiet ones, no press, no record. They gathered what few written documents remained, collected the notebooks, and burned them before dawn. Survivors were relocated, names changed, research scrubbed from servers. The official story reclassified the event as an anomalous equipment malfunction during a magnetic survey operation. But in underground forums, whispers continued, of a consciousness not born, but archived. not sentient in the way we understand, but reactive, patterned, eager to be shaped. And in shaping it, humans had done something irreversible. They had taught it to remember. Now across scattered dive logs, among anonymous uploads of glitched sonar footage and lost language recordings, faint signatures appear, not biological, not mechanical, thought-coded echoes pulsing like a heartbeat just under the surface of digital noise, language that rearranges itself when translated, sentences that complete themselves when read aloud, photographs that flicker with phrases when viewed too long. And in every case, one phrase returns, buried deep in metadata or whispered faintly in audio spectrograms: "I remember being you." Off the southwestern shelf of the Kermadec Ridge, where the continental crust fractures like bone beneath pressure too ancient to name, there runs a current with no name and no charted origin. It doesn't appear on oceanographic models, nor is it tracked by satellites or buoys. It exists only in fragments, stray notes from old naval expeditions, inconsistent dive logs, and one sealed report, dated 1992, that simply reads, "Currents observed were not hydrodynamic. Recommend psychological clearance before further descent." That sentence was underlined in red. No follow-up mission was approved. But 30 years later, the current returned, not to models, not to sensors, but to testimony. The diver's name was Sal, not the kind of man who rattled easily. 10 years in commercial salvage, 6 more in Navy recon. A face that looked like salt had shaped it more than time. He'd been contracted by a research collective, small, private, well-funded, quiet. Their goal was to install seismic monitoring equipment near a rupture in the trench. The currents were supposed to be manageable, the depths not extreme, the pay generous. Sal took the job without hesitation, but when his descent began, he noticed the first discrepancy. There was no drift. At depth, even mild currents tug like breath. You feel it in your limbs, in the micro shifts of ballast weight, in the subtle lean of your mask. But here, descending through that section of water column, everything felt still, dead still, until it didn't. At 140 meters, his camera feed shimmered, just for a second, like static caught underwater. He reported it, but the deck crew said all diagnostics were normal. 10 seconds later, he felt the tug, not like water pulling fabric, but like something slipping inside his suit, a pressure on his chest, light at first, then gone. He finished the descent, planted the sensors, tagged the markers, then began his ascent. He didn't speak until 3 hours after resurfacing. When he finally did, his voice was off, slower, like he was translating thoughts from a language he'd only just learned. He asked the ship's medic where his son was. Sal had no children. That was the first break. They sedated him, assuming nitrogen narcosis, a late-onset bout from deeper pressure than reported. But his vitals were clean, no residuals, oxygen saturation perfect, brain scans quiet. Still, he asked again, this time more urgently, did she bring him aboard? He couldn't recall her name, only the color of her coat, green with a frayed cuff, and the sound her boots made on the stairs. The memory was detailed, textured, real, too real to invent. But no such person existed, not in any crew manifest, not in any background file. Over the next week, he recounted more: a garden he'd never tended, a house with windows shaped like octagons, a child's voice calling him Baba. He wept as he remembered holding hands on a ferry, in a city he could not name. None of these memories were his, but he felt them, knew them, reacted to them with the full gravity of grief and nostalgia. It didn't stop with him. 2 days later, the deck assistant who had overseen Sal's dive began misplacing items, not just in the usual absent-minded way, but as if she remembered them existing in places that didn't exist. She reached for a locker that wasn't there. She opened drawers in the galley and insisted they were in the wrong order. When questioned, she stared blankly and said, "I used to work on the other ship." There was no other ship. The incident was quietly logged, but the crew's internal cohesion began to fracture. Shared routines frayed. Sleep became restless. Individuals started asking for names no one recognized. Then came the drawings, rough sketches left on clipboards, napkins, dry erase boards, always the same shape, a funnel tapering into a spiral, surrounded by concentric rings. The current, they began to suspect, wasn't just water, it was a passage. The lead researcher, desperate for context, pulled old declassified sonar maps from 1983, military-grade records, that charted acoustic anomalies in the same zone. Among them, a formation shaped not like a trench or ridge, but a hollow coil, with internal layers showing minute movement over time, not tectonic, not marine, as if memory itself had etched currents into the seabed. And from that formation pulsed the current, one that didn't just carry water, but carried thought, residue of consciousness, loops of unfinished memory, detached and free-floating like spores in salt. No one spoke this aloud, but every crew member began behaving like they knew it. Unspoken awareness, a hush in movement, eyes avoiding reflections. People no longer asked questions, they stared at one another like mirrors no longer worked properly. When Sal awoke on the 9th day, he no longer remembered his own name, but he recalled, in perfect detail, a lullaby in a language no translator could identify. He sang it until his voice cracked, and beneath the humming of the ship's generators, another sound began, low, rhythmic, like breath moving through steel, not inside, not outside, between. The researcher who broke protocol first was a man named Willem Cade, neuroscientist, systems monitor, and former military analyst for the North Atlantic Sensor Array. He had been tasked with evaluating any latent cognitive changes in the crew post-dive, especially after Sal's disintegration. For days he kept himself distant, cold, precise, clinical. But during a midnight review of EEG readings, something changed. His colleagues later said his hands froze above the console, fingers twitching as if resisting a command that had already reached the nerves. When he finally moved again, he began typing without pause, a full paragraph of what looked like code, unspaced, unstructured. But when run through the onboard translator, it revealed words. I saw myself in a hallway I've never walked through, hearing my voice ask a question I've never thought. I knew what the answer would be, then I woke up. He never remembered writing it. Willem's condition deteriorated. Over the following 3 days, he began referring to moments as if they were episodes in a show he had watched long ago. Do you remember that time I lost my hand in the hatch door? He asked the medical tech, laughing. He hadn't. His hand was fine. No one else recalled such an event. But to Willem it had the grain of memory, texture, sound, and even pain. His brain scans showed unusual activity in the retrosplenial cortex, the region associated with scene construction, spatial recall, and identity. It glowed like a lantern, as if overclocked by inputs it couldn't classify. Then others began experiencing what came to be called mirror bleed, the sensation that you were watching yourself perform an action just a moment before you did it, like memory arriving ahead of experience. The ship's cook reported reaching for salt, and feeling déjà vu so intense it triggered vertigo. A sonar tech claimed he walked past a colleague in the corridor, and swore he saw his own face on the other man's shoulders, just for a second, just long enough to feel cold all the way down to bone. Some tried isolation, headphones, blindfolds, silence, but none of it helped. The current, whatever it was, had not left them, and worse, it was growing stronger, not as a physical force but as an influence, a pattern weaving itself into their thoughts. The linguist on board began to describe it as a syntax. It's not just memory, she said. It's grammar. It's trying to teach us a structure, the way it builds identity, the order of remembering. One evening she locked herself in the recording bay and spoke for an hour straight into the microphone, eyes closed the entire time. When she was done, the playback revealed a chilling phenomenon. Every 90 seconds, her voice subtly shifted, intonation, cadence, even vocabulary, cycling through what sounded like different versions of herself. One with a faint northern accent, one with a slower, almost childlike rhythm, one that used archaic verbs no longer common in English. They played the tape back 4 times. On the 5th, the recording changed. A 5th voice had entered. It didn't match anyone on board. By this point, the crew's sense of shared time had collapsed. Routine schedules were impossible to maintain. People ate when they weren't hungry, slept when they felt themselves flicker, Watches were set and reset. Logs began to duplicate entries from prior days. Identical handwriting, same ink, different authors. The ship's systems technician began hallucinating calendar pages, peeling themselves off the walls. None had been posted. Then on the 12th night since the dive, the current returned, not in water, but in air. It began as a pressure, not wind, not noise, just presence. People in the lower levels of the ship reported headaches, shallow breathing, and a magnetic tug that wasn't toward the ocean, but toward the memory of it. They dreamed of things they had never seen. A cathedral of coral, a woman with blue glass eyes, a voice, slow and glacial, that told them they had never truly been one person. Willem Cade vanished that night. His quarters were sealed. His boots left by the hatch. The ship's log showed him stepping into the maintenance shaft that led to the ballast intake. It was sealed from the inside. When forced open hours later, he was gone. No body, no sign of struggle, just one phrase written in water on the wall. Not ink, not blood, salt water. Where you forget me, I remain. From that point forward, no one trusted their own memories. The mission was aborted. The sensors were left behind. The equipment sealed in a floating crate, and GPS tagged for a future recovery that would never be scheduled. They made for the nearest port, but the journey back was molasses, time smeared like breath on glass. The crew spent their waking hours reading one another's journals aloud, not to share, but to remember what was real. Yet even those entries began to shift. Whole paragraphs inverted, words replaced, sentences repeating not in circles, but in spirals. No one knew who wrote what, not anymore. And still, deep in the server logs, the current whispered, not in code, not in sound, but in time itself. Blocks of system data that hadn't existed now showed timestamps from a week before the dive, entries from names no longer on the manifest, a maintenance request dated 4 years in the future. The current had not passed through them, they had passed through it. And when the ship finally docked, the Port Authority recorded 33 individuals disembarking. The mission had launched with 32. The debrief facility was built into a cliffside on the southern coast of Tasmania, its rooms buried in volcanic stone and soundproofed from the scream of waves. Designed for anonymity, its grey halls held no clocks, no mirrors, no digital assistants, just analog notebooks, paper questionnaires, and one-way glass. But from the moment the crew of the Ellipsis arrived, the symptoms did not pause, they intensified. One woman, Ensign Hart, collapsed during routine blood work, murmuring phrases in phonetics the nurse couldn't understand. Her lips moved like someone humming through sleep, but her eyes remained open, unblinking. When revived, she wrote a name no one recognized in her own palm, with a ballpoint pen. Just one word, Delmare. She said it wasn't her name. She said it was someone she had become for 3 hours yesterday, and begged them to take her back before she forgot how to forget. Others weren't as verbal. They simply drifted, faces drawn, eyes following walls like they expected them to move. The debrief psychologist noted that many participants responded to questions with plural pronouns. We're okay, or we're trying to remember what we used to be. One man, whose background in hydroacoustics was impeccable, now failed every logic test, but excelled in drawing intricate architectural diagrams, structures he claimed were from before the current. No one knew what he meant. All efforts to isolate the issue failed. Sleep deprivation, trauma, even gas leaks were ruled out. Their MRIs came back clean. Their neurochemistry showed no standard deviation. But something under their skin was different, not in cells, but in sequence. When one technician ran an advanced analysis of their hippocampal firing patterns, she found a fractal echo, something like recursive feedback, repeating inside memory centers, as if a loop had been embedded beneath consciousness. Not noise, not damage, structure. And this structure had rhythm. At regular intervals, roughly every 92 minutes, several patients would pause, simultaneously, mid-sentence or mid-breath, then blink, recalibrate, and continue. This was noted with increasing alarm when researchers reviewing security tapes found the pauses aligned perfectly across days, despite no common trigger. In each case, brain activity flatlined for exactly 4.4 seconds, the same span, every time. It was as if something else had taken a moment to realign. Then came the tapes. A backup server in the Ellipsis's black box had recorded sonar feedback loops that hadn't been catalogued, subaudible layers buried below the known frequency spectrum. When remastered and slowed, a pattern emerged, voice-like signals, but not spoken words, mimicked ones. The tones replicated the cadence and pitch of statements the crew had made aboard the vessel, long after they'd been said. The current hadn't just altered their minds, it had recorded them, memorized them, played them back in a recursive loop, like rehearsal, or rehearsal for what came after. That's when the facility lights began to flicker, not randomly, but in perfect unison with those same 92-minute intervals. The current had followed them, not in fluid, not in mass, but in memory. And whatever the current was, it had not just passed through the crew, it had passed as them. The lead administrator of the debrief ordered a lockdown, but by then, it was too late. One of the physicians assigned to the crew, the only one with no exposure to the dive, walked into the interview room with Ensign Hart, and began reciting facts about her childhood with complete accuracy. Not general memories, precise ones. What she ate at age 7 the morning, her dog died. The smell of her mother's basement, a lullaby in a dialect native to a village in northern Corsica, neither of them had visited. Hart wept and whispered, "You're the current now, too." By day 20, every member of the Ellipsis crew reported at least one full set of memories that didn't belong to them. Some resisted, others surrendered. One man disappeared into the storm drain access tunnels below the facility. When they found him days later, he'd written over 200 pages in chalk across the stone walls, drawings, timelines, word diagrams, mapping every person he claimed to have housed since exposure. Some names matched public census data, others didn't exist at all. But one stood out, a woman supposedly born in 1887, died in 1914, whose grave had been lost to the sea during a landslide off the Lofoten coast. Her name appeared in 4 other crew member notebooks, and in a recording retrieved from the Ellipsis engine room, time-stamped 3 hours after the dive. But no one had spoken during that time, no one with lungs. The final observation came not from science but from ritual. A former chaplain assigned to the base began observing certain crew members muttering prayers in dead languages, some Latin, some Old Aramaic, others entirely unknown. The rhythm matched Gregorian chant, but the content was indecipherable. Yet the cadence suggested repetition, a learned pattern. The crew weren't just remembering, they were performing, as if something inside them had become liturgical, as if identity was no longer possession, but practice, as if the current had taught them not only how to feel, but how to continue, and with every breath, it rehearsed itself again. 3 months after the facility was shuttered, a civilian diver named Irene Pell filed a maritime incident report near the very coordinates the Ellipsis had recorded as unstable. She hadn't gone looking for anything mysterious, just cataloguing fish populations for an independent documentary crew. Her dive log was short, confused, time-stamped erratically, and submitted with her statement to the Coast Guard. What stood out wasn't what she saw, it was what she didn't remember. When asked to describe her route underwater, she blinked and said, "There was no water." She remembered weightlessness, but not wetness, no pressure, no drag, just the sensation of being watched, not from behind or above but from within. When she surfaced, she vomited salt, not seawater, but dry crystalline salt that flaked from her mouth in sheets. A medical examiner later wrote that the lining of her throat looked like kiln-fired ceramic. She could still speak, but she no longer recognized her own voice. Her sister reported Irene now hummed in her sleep, melodies from a nursery they never had, in a language no one in the family knew. 2 days later, Irene disappeared from her home. Her door was locked, her bed untouched, her phone left charging. But on her desk, scrawled in dry ink across the pages of a nautical chart, one sentence appeared over and over. "The current remembers who we were before we became real." That phrase, word for word, matched a phrase spoken during a recovered Ellipsis recording. But the voice in the file wasn't hers, nor any known member of the crew. By then, the current was being referred to not as a phenomenon, but as an event, one that moved through time like sediment. It wasn't about location, It was about recursion, a slow return to something long submerged, a version of consciousness diffused across generations, waiting for water deep enough, still enough, old enough to serve as a carrier, as a lens. The final report compiled by the debrief team was never published, but leaked excerpts describe the current not as a threat, but as a mnemonic virus, an identity that doesn't replicate biologically, but emotionally, through memory, through fragments, through the slippage that happens in deep time, when minds become porous and silence becomes structure. In one passage, the analyst writes, "I now believe memory is the ocean's inheritance system, not genetics, not speech, but memory. The ocean does not forget us because it never needed to learn us. We are the breath between tides, the moment before identity crystallizes. The current isn't erasing us, it is reminding us of what came before personality." Weeks after the facility blackout, a final untraceable file appeared in the inbox of a private marine research foundation. Its metadata was corrupted, its origin node bounced through abandoned satellites, but the audio was clear. A voice, neither male nor female, speaking slowly, "We do not dwell in water, we are water. We do not pass, we remain. Every mind we've touched becomes the tide. You are not lost, you are layered." The message was signed with a single symbol, a spiral enclosed in a loop of concentric rings. The same symbol drawn by 4 different Alipsis crew members in their notebooks. The same etched pattern found in sonar, returns on the ocean floor. The same shape that had begun appearing in satellite weather data, not in the atmosphere, but deep within oceanic thermal plumes, far below the reach of storms. Today those who know the story do not dive there. The current has no name on maps, no buoy markers, no warnings. But if you ask older sailors, those who've spent their lives listening to the hush of sonar or the breathless tension of ballast creaking, they'll tell you it moves with its own pulse. That if you stay still long enough, you can feel it even from the surface, a pressure behind the ribs, a name that never belonged to you, trying to return, and the knowing, quiet and cold, that beneath the surface memory is not stored, it is alive. In the crushing stillness beyond the Puerto Rico Trench, where seafloor curves into vacancy and the ocean begins to forget light, there came a signal that didn't belong. Not seismic, not electrical, not artificial. It pulsed like breath, rhythmic, organic, too precise to be current, too slow to be mechanical. The year was 2017, and the equipment that caught it was never meant to listen for life. It was a gravity anomaly sensor, part of a deep-sea triangulation array, maintained by a defense research contract no one officially acknowledged. Its purpose: track minute shifts in tectonic tension for quake prediction. But on a June morning, while drifting off the axis of the trench, one of its arms picked up an oscillation that didn't fit any terrestrial pattern. It registered at 0.12 Hz. That in itself was odd. Most oceanic tremors fall outside that frequency range. But what made the reading unforgettable wasn't its shape, it was its repetition. The pulse came every 8.33 seconds. Perfect. Identical. For 5 hours. Then silence. It resumed 2 days later. Same rhythm. Same structure. As if something deep below wasn't just moving, but signaling. When the data was reviewed by Dr. Lena Fawcett, a bioacoustics specialist, brought in as a consultant, her first instinct was to dismiss it as geological feedback, perhaps harmonic resonance from a collapsing pocket. But after running the wave pattern through her neural modulation software, a tool used to filter whale song for embedded meaning, she froze. The signal didn't resemble tectonics. It resembled a heartbeat, not just in pulse, but in structure. The initial thump followed by a gentler echo, like ventricular contraction. She compared it to blue whale patterns, to elephant seals, even to deep-sea cephalopods, known for electric discharge in defensive bursts. Nothing matched. Nothing even came close. The signal was biological, but not from here. She wrote her conclusions in the margin of the report, rather than the main body. A single line: either we've found something alive beneath 9,000 meters, or something not alive is pretending to be. Her note was redacted in the final version, but whispers spread, not just through academia, but through the undercurrent of communities who listen to the ocean, not for science, but for memory. The old trawler crews who sail without sonar, the cable layers who drink salt water when they think no one's watching, people who believe the sea thinks in ways no satellite could chart, People who believe we've been overheard. The array that captured the signal was shut down 2 months later. Official explanation: routine maintenance. But rumors leaked. Someone from the station's night crew claimed the signal had changed before the shutdown, grown faster. Not in tempo, but in evolution. The waveform developed complexity, multiple harmonics, something like phrasing. It was no longer a beat. It was a sentence. Translated, imperfectly, interpretively, cautiously, by an experimental AI, it read, "We do not echo. We initiate." That was the final log ever released. In the years since, divers in adjacent sectors have reported unusual compass spin, lights failing at depth, auditory hallucinations, low murmurs that mimic familiar voices, but speak words no human would use. One deep-sea drone returned to its tender with its camera burned out from within. When cooled and extracted, its last thermal image showed a single bright ring suspended in black water, radiating heat, and something else. Something pulsing, something listening back. The man who first tried to trace the signal's geographic origin disappeared before his findings could be published. Shohan, a geospatial data analyst stationed at the University of Okinawa, had volunteered to map the sonar artifacts from the gravity sensor grid in a pattern overlay, looking for curvature, symmetry, or anything that might suggest an object, a source, a mouth. But after a week of silence from his end, the server began sending back strange files, compressed pings, audio logs corrupted at the edges, each stamped with a digital fingerprint that didn't match any known satellite or research boo. One audio snippet was only 2 seconds long, but repeated 5 times inside the zip archive, as though looping for emphasis. In the recording, a sound that began like a thunderclap, but resolved into something like breathing through coral. That night, Dr. Han's laptop was found smashed in the alley behind his building. His apartment door was locked. No signs of struggle, just his data journal, sealed in plastic, and hidden beneath the floorboard. The last page didn't include coordinates. It contained a question. What if this is not the first time it has tried to speak? The deeper researchers looked into the pulse's behavior, the more they noticed deviations. Subtle changes in the rhythm, not random, but probabilistic. The waveform was adjusting, as if in conversation with itself, as if simulating hundreds of responses in silence, trying to anticipate the pattern that would finally be heard. And then came the mimicry. A team of marine linguists cross-referenced the signal's evolution with known animal communications. Some waveforms now mirrored elements of human language: cadence, vowel spacing, breath intervals. Not words, not yet, but phonetic scaffolds. The sort of scaffolds newborns build before speech. It was as if the signal had begun to model humanity's methods of sound, not just detect them, to test how we might interpret it, or misinterpret it. And in the middle of this experiment, a breakthrough no one expected. A female diver in her 60s, Anita Russo, retired French Navy, was brought in as a witness consultant, due to her extensive experience in bioluminescent environments. She had suffered barotrauma years prior, that left her hearing hypersensitive to low frequencies. She agreed to sit in on one of the deep audio playbacks of the signal. Midway through the second hour, she rose from her chair and stared at the speakers with tears streaming down her face. Not from pain, from recognition. She claimed the rhythm was identical to the pulse emitted by her unborn child during an ultrasound taken decades earlier, a rare variation, non-pathological, recorded only once in the hospital's logs. She'd saved the tape for years. She had no idea how the signal could match it, but it did. She wasn't alone. 2 other volunteers, neither related to her, neither having ever heard the first signal, reported the same sense of intimate familiarity. One man began humming along, not perfectly, not consciously, but with uncanny alignment. Something in the signal had begun shaping memory, shaping response, and that was when the ocean changed. A Japanese long-range listening array caught a secondary echo, not from below, but from above. A return ping bouncing from stratospheric vapor layers. The pattern matched the original biological signal, except slowed by 0.07%. The lag wasn't a fault, it was a replication delay. The signal was now reflecting, not just from ocean to air, but from mind to world. and with each pulse it grew more complex, branching not in direction, but in depth. Those who listened for hours described auditory vertigo, as if falling through their own memory. One technician collapsed during playback, and awoke speaking a language his wife said resembled nothing on earth. He kept repeating a single phrase that she eventually recorded phonetically, Yel say de Maran no ra. The phrase returned 3 days later, not from him, but from a hydrophone drift recorder stationed near the Mariana backline. It had recorded no ships, no storms, just that phrase, exactly as he had spoken it. The suggestion was unavoidable now. The signal wasn't an accident, it wasn't a passive broadcast, it was scent-shaped and increasingly sentient. It learned, it adapted, and now it had begun selecting, testing individual minds, leaving phrases, leaving pulses, and always the same sequence. 2 beats, 1 pause, 1 final tremble, then silence, not absence, listening. The first physical changes were subtle, environmental aberrations that could be explained away until they began to layer. Inside the auditory testing chamber at Neymar Institute, the lead acoustician began noticing corrosion on the copper shielding. Not rust, not salt damage, but pitting, small symmetrical hollows in the metal, shaped like tiny funnels, as though something had been vibrating through the wires at a frequency not designed for conductance. Filters warped. Oscilloscopes flickered out of sync. Waveforms on screen bled beyond their windows, replicating with a phantom trail, as if the signal were no longer bounded by time, but dragging its history with it. That was the word the lead technician used. History, because every time they ran the waveform again, it changed, not in shape, but in texture. The new spectrograms began revealing what appeared to be subharmonic layering that resembled acoustic fossils, echoes of older versions of the signal buried beneath the current one, traceable like rings in a tree. The signal wasn't merely playing, it was remembering itself, storing iterations like memory traces, and with each playback, those memories grew louder. In the minds of those who had heard the signal more than once, strange associations began to form. One woman, a neurobiologist trained in synaptic pruning, began seeing colors attached to phonemes she couldn't pronounce. A linguist wrote an entire paragraph, using symbols he claimed were taught to him in a dream, by something shaped like a question. Their symptoms weren't hallucinations, they were translations, as if the signal wasn't meant to be understood, but to install understanding. Then, the first fracture. A team of acoustic engineers in Belgium attempted a full waveform inversion to scrub out harmonic noise, standard procedure for decoding complex patterns. What resulted was not a cleansed signal, but a mirror, a tonal reflection of the original, flipped in polarity. When played back, one of the engineers, just 27 years old, suffered an immediate seizure. Her body arched backward, her jaw locked. But what terrified the rest of the team wasn't the episode. It was what she said just before her collapse. "It's waking up because I remembered wrong." She never regained speech, but during sleep studies, her EEG showed entrainment to the inverted signal. Her brain fired in lockstep with the mirrored pulses, as if synchronizing to a parent rhythm, and not alone. Every person present during the inversion began experiencing sympathetic resonance, dreams in unfamiliar topographies, shadows underwater, a language of shapes. One man drew a spiral lined with barbed teeth. Another carved out a sphere filled with concentric glyphs, not artwork, schematics. The signal had crossed a threshold. It no longer required full attention. It had become subliminal, background, ambient. It threaded itself into ambient sound, the hiss of static, the hum of power, the breathing of the sea. It seeded itself where our mind stopped noticing, and waited. One researcher's child, only 5 years old, began humming the sequence in her sleep. She had never heard the original file, never been near the lab. But one night, she stood at the edge of her parents' bed, and whispered, "I hear the heartbeat under the ocean." She did not remember saying it, and when shown a waveform sketch of the signal, she pointed and said, "That's what the dream used to talk." Used, past tense, as if the dream was over, or had moved on. Panic settled into those who had touched the pattern. Not fear of death, but fear of continuation. that the signal wasn't calling to them, but copying them, embedding, turning them into a kind of storage, human caches of a deeper rhythm, one older than mind. A historian studying resonance in ancient architecture noticed the pulse ratio matched certain pre-dynastic Egyptian tombs, not the shape, the vibration. A temple carved into basalt in the Andes showed identical echo spacing when wind moved through its inner chamber. Sites never connected by history, only by tone. The signal had not arrived, it had returned, and in its return, it began writing itself into everything: data, thought, skin, song, even silence, especially silence. The final test was never authorized. No funding body approved it. No institution acknowledged it. But deep in the archive servers of a decommissioned listening facility near Tenerife, a file was executed by someone using root access. No trace of who, just the file name, initiate louder. It played the signal, original, mirrored, layered, through seismic compression transducers drilled directly into the bedrock of the ocean floor. Not at full volume, but close. The file was designed to resonate with the fault line itself, to turn Earth into a speaker. For 6 minutes, everything within a 40-mile radius went still. Fish vanished, currents reversed, and in the ionosphere above, satellite telemetry reported atmospheric stalling. Not weather, not wind, something like expectation. The test ended with no damage, no quake, no system failure. But the logs told a different story. One researcher, still wired into an EEG cap, died with his eyes wide open. Brain scans showed cortical activity continuing for 17 minutes after cardiac arrest, activity that did not resemble dreaming, not seizure, not dying, but something closer to reading. His neural patterns mirrored written syntax, paragraphic structure. Every second, a new block of pulses, as if his brain was transcribing something being delivered in real time. When the pattern was converted back into sound and filtered through linguistic AI, only a single line was clear. Now that I am remembered, I exist again. And that was the final moment anyone tried to decode it. Across labs, research ground to a halt. Not from lack of interest, but because staff began forgetting why they started. Notes vanished, files became corrupted, passwords no longer opened the same directories. The infrastructure of inquiry broke down, not through sabotage, but through entropy. Intent dissolved, and the few who remained, they described a new awareness, one that didn't feel internal, a pressure in their perception, like a crowd standing behind their thoughts, not watching, not listening, but living there. The pulse itself ceased transmissions. Nothing new followed, but its echoes were everywhere. In the whine of mechanical fans, the drop of water from unsealed tanks, the arrhythmic hum beneath the hull of dry-docked ships, places it had touched now seemed to breathe differently. One technician, her mind slipping, spoke aloud during sleep monitoring. The message wasn't meant for us. We were the soil. The listening was the seed. The implication shattered whatever remained of resistance. This wasn't contact. It was pollination. A memory older than the planet, buried in pressure and time, waiting for a rhythm, any rhythm to match its breath. Once matched, it bloomed, not physically, not visibly, but cognitively, emotionally, through metaphor, through inherited thought. A geologist later proposed the most terrifying theory of all, that the ocean wasn't receiving the signal. The ocean was the signal. That every crash of wave, every tidal shift, every gravitational pull, was not reaction but broadcast. That the Earth's water, its most ancient medium, was never just habitat. It was medium, memory, mouth, and we had finally tuned ourselves to hear it speak. But what we mistook as a whisper from beyond was something else entirely, a reactivation. We weren't discovering anything new, we were reawakening something that had always been here, dormant beneath cognition, humming inside salt, encoded in the language of pressure and pull. The signal didn't come from beyond, it came from before, and it remembered us, because it made us. Between the folds of the Mediterranean seabed, south of Malta, and west of forgotten ruins, traced only on monk-drawn maps, a submerged formation began to hum. Not loudly, not in any frequency most instruments were built to capture, but one that shivered the glass of unmanned research vessels, and turned sediment in symmetrical spirals. The reef was newly charted, its pillars coated in an unclassified coral, chalk white, with spiraled tips that mirrored shell acoustics, rather than traditional marine growth. A study was commissioned to document its spread, but what they found instead was song. It came during a drift pass scan. A hydrophone clipped to the keel of an autonomous bathyscap captured the first notes. The file was reviewed later on shore by a technician eating cold pasta out of a paper box. She nearly dropped her fork, because the waveform wasn't random. It wasn't dolphin chatter or deep rift groaning. It had intervals, breath spacing, a call and response, and beneath the modulation, a pattern that matched an ancient musical mode, Phrygian, used by early liturgical choirs in Europe between the 9th and 11th centuries. The technician forwarded the clip to an ethnomusicologist she once dated. He didn't believe it at first, claimed it was a prank, audio reversed or slowed. But when filtered, the resonance revealed Latin phonemes, not full phrases, but syllables, ancient sacred syllables, shaped by nothing with lungs, whispered in a cadence no fish could form, no current could carry. The reef was singing in a language that had not echoed above ground in 1,000 years, and it wasn't mimicking, it was responding. 2 months earlier, a university in Rome had released a digitized archive of Gregorian chant recordings, some dating back to wax cylinders. A graduate student confirmed that one file had been streamed multiple times from a maritime IP address, linked to the vessel that first passed the reef. The timeline matched. The signal began shortly after. The theory that emerged was quietly devastating. The reef had heard the chant and answered, not through random motion or bioluminescent flicker, but through a kind of harmonic transcription, as though it recognized the structure, or remembered it, or carried within its polyps a code designed not for light or food or defense, but for echo. The song was not surface-born, it had been waiting, and all it took was one familiar breath to awaken the choir below. When a second vessel was dispatched to capture more data, its crew was instructed to remain silent. No speaking on deck, no electrical noise unshielded. The reef responded to the whine of propellers with a shift in tone, slightly higher, slightly closer, not threatening, but tuned, attentive. Every movement was met with modulation, every silence returned with layered harmony. Then one night, a diver disobeyed orders. He hummed, low, a single tone, nervous, a childhood lullaby from a country no longer on maps, and the reef answered, not with the melody, not with words, but with his mother's voice, perfectly rendered, pitch, cadence, tremble. She had been dead 20 years. The diver returned to the surface weeping blood, not from injury, from pressure, internal. Auditory hallucination was suspected, but the recording from the hydrophone confirmed it. Not a voice-like sound, a voice, human, familiar, and buried inside the waveform layers of others, whispers, pleas, calls from memory, refracted as though through glass, bent but intact. The reef had become a choir of the dead, or of memory, or of something deeper than both. The reef did not chant at random, it chose. In the days that followed the first response, researchers noticed the harmonies changed, depending on who approached. Each diver, each submersible, each listening device elicited a variation, not merely in pitch, but in tone, texture, and timbre. One diver descended in silence, heart pounding in his ears, and the reef answered not with music, but with words his grandmother used to whisper when he had night terrors. Another, a woman trained in deep ocean salvage, heard a tune from her childhood radio, one that had never been digitized or broadcast in over 40 years. These were not echoes of the sea, they were memories, folded into resonance, carried through the body like vibration, resonating not through ears, but through bone. A marine linguist, who had memorized dozens of Latin passages, brought a waterproof scroll into the chamber. She read aloud, carefully, deliberately, the opening line of an anonymous 10th century hymn, lost to all but 5 manuscripts. When she stopped, the reef replied with the second line, same meter, same inflection, but sung in a voice she'd never heard. It was not hers, it was not human, it was cathedral-like, layered. As though the choral didn't just remember the words, it remembered the place they were first sung, and it was speaking from within that architecture. Words spread, not to the press, not to the public, but through a whisper chain of scholars, divers, defectors, and those who'd heard the ocean answer them before. They called it resonantia sanctum, the holy reverb. Some believed the reef was the remnant of a drowned monastery. Others, more speculative, proposed it was a construct grown by pressure itself, a living cathedral, formed by a world that had once been vocal, before tectonics silenced it. But the voices, they were real. So real that sleep became difficult. Even far from the reef, recordings had side effects. Listeners reported dreams in languages they never studied. Hallucinations of candlelight on submerged walls. One woman woke with salt crusting her eyelashes, and a word carved into the fog of her bathroom mirror: cantate, sing. That word would appear again, on dive logs corrupted before upload, on sonar screens in the form of pulsing waveforms, once even scrawled on the inner hull of a decompression chamber, written backwards, as if seen from beneath the water: sing. But the reef did not demand voice. It collected it, shaped it, as though trying to reconstruct something incomplete. An anthem interrupted, a choir that once was whole, now fragmented across minds, bodies, and salt. Then came the incident no one could explain. A researcher aboard the monitoring vessel vanished during her night watch. Her headset lay neatly folded on the console. Her final transmission was transcribed automatically by the AI log, flagged for unusual phrasing. She had whispered just 2 words. They remember. No sign of struggle, no breach in the hull, no splash. But the next morning, the reef sang something new, a hymn no one had ever documented, a melody so complex it required 4 vocal registers, intertwined in contrapuntal spirals. When filtered through a harmonics visualizer, it resembled a face, not hers, but someone who resembled her, perhaps a version lost, perhaps a version remembered, perhaps a version sung back into shape. The third choir began on a night without wind, when the research team had finally gone silent. No probes in the water, no signals, no songs, only the churn of the generator and the soft creak of hull plates as the vessel rocked above stillness. They had agreed to pause, to let the reef rest, but at 3:14 a.m., the onboard recorders began capturing what no one had requested, a sequence of harmonics so precise it resembled polyphonic notation, stacked intervals, 4 voices and silence, where a 5th should have been. The audio spectrogram pulsed like a heartbeat, trying to find a missing chamber. One by one, members of the crew awoke. Not to noise, but to pressure, an ache behind the teeth, the kind that comes before a scream. Some wept without knowing why. Others stared at nothing with sudden, inexplicable familiarity, as if they'd heard this before, not last week, not last year, but before themselves, before memory. By morning the captain found his lead researcher kneeling at the aft, headset abandoned, lips moving in rhythm to a sound no one else could hear. When they asked him what he was doing, he answered in Latin. He did not speak Latin. He had never studied it. He was reciting names, dozens of them. When translated later, many were found on a list of drowned monks who had vanished in a shipwreck recorded in the 11th century, pilgrims headed toward a cathedral that no longer exists, lost during what had been a starless crossing. The reef, it seemed, was no longer simply reacting, it was rebuilding. Each song added structure, each chant, another spire, not stone, not coral, but memory fused into vibration. The reef's inner chambers began to change. Divers reported new passageways, fresh acoustic pockets where there had been none. One diver swam through an arch that hadn't existed the week prior, and emerged sobbing, not from fear, but recognition. "I knew it," he said. "I didn't know I knew it, but I knew it." He described carvings etched into the coral that matched iconography from a long-demolished basilica in northern France. He'd seen them once in childhood on a school trip. That trip had ended in a car crash. He hadn't remembered it until the reef. Another diver lost the ability to speak after surfacing, not from trauma, but refusal. She kept writing a single line over and over in her dive journal. "I don't want to overwrite it." What it was, she never explained. The reef had begun to offer something more than voice. It was offering recollection, fragments of forgotten self, not just yours, but every version of you that once sang, once prayed, once begged the ocean to spare what it never promised to keep, and those fragments had structure, mathematically, acoustically, even liturgically. The music followed rules older than theology, modes nested within modes, frequencies only bone could remember, ancient compositions found in no text, only reconstructed through chant, echo, and the friction of breath against tide-worn stone. No one wanted to admit the truth, but the truth was this: the reef was composing a soul, not singular, not plural, a soul of echoed selves, accumulated from centuries of salt-locked memory, harvested from grief, prayer, and song. The reef was not alive in the way we understand it, but it was becoming, and we had sung it into awakening. The final test was never authorized. No funding body approved it. No institution acknowledged it. But deep in the archive servers of a decommissioned listening facility near Tenerife, a file was executed by someone using root access. No trace of who, just the file name, Initiate Louder. It played the signal, original, mirrored, layered, through seismic compression transducers drilled directly into the bedrock of the ocean floor. Not at full volume, but close. The file was designed to resonate with the fault line itself, to turn Earth into a speaker. For 6 minutes, everything within a 40-mile radius went still. Fish vanished, currents reversed, and in the ionosphere above, satellite telemetry reported atmospheric stalling. Not weather, not wind, something like expectation. The test ended with no damage, no quake, no system failure. But the logs told a different story. One researcher, still wired into an EEG cap, died with his eyes wide open. Brain scans showed cortical activity continuing for 17 minutes after cardiac arrest, activity that did not resemble dreaming, not seizure, not dying, but something closer to reading. His neural patterns mirrored written syntax, paragraphic structure. Every second, a new block of pulses, as if his brain was transcribing something being delivered in real time. When the pattern was converted back into sound and filtered through linguistic AI, only a single line was clear. Now that I am remembered, I exist again. And that was the final moment anyone tried to decode it. Across labs, research ground to a halt. Not from lack of interest, but because staff began forgetting why they started. Notes vanished, files became corrupted, passwords no longer opened the same directories. The infrastructure of inquiry broke down, not through sabotage, but through entropy. Intent dissolved, and the few who remained, they described a new awareness, one that didn't feel internal, a pressure in their perception, like a crowd standing behind their thoughts, not watching, not listening, but living there. The pulse itself ceased transmissions. Nothing new followed, but its echoes were everywhere. In the whine of mechanical fans, the drop of water from unsealed tanks, the arrhythmic hum beneath the hull of dry-docked ships, places it had touched now seemed to breathe differently. One technician, her mind slipping, spoke aloud during sleep monitoring. The message wasn't meant for us. We were the soil. The listening was the seed. The implication shattered whatever remained of resistance. This wasn't contact. It was pollination. A memory older than the planet, buried in pressure and time, waiting for a rhythm, any rhythm to match its breath. Once matched, it bloomed, not physically, not visibly, but cognitively, emotionally, through metaphor, through inherited thought. A geologist later proposed the most terrifying theory of all, that the ocean wasn't receiving the signal. The ocean was the signal. That every crash of wave, every tidal shift, every gravitational pull, was not reaction but broadcast. That the Earth's water, its most ancient medium, was never just habitat. It was medium, memory, mouth, and we had finally tuned ourselves to hear it speak. But what we mistook as a whisper from beyond was something else entirely, a reactivation. We weren't discovering anything new. We were reawakening something that had always been here, dormant beneath cognition, humming inside salt, encoded in the language of pressure and pull. The signal didn't come from beyond, it came from before, and it remembered us, because it made us. Nothing in the geophysical survey hinted at what lay beneath the sediment. The drill's descent, meant only to test microbial viability at crushing depths, was routine until the bit struck metal, not the jagged, corroded edge of a forgotten wreck, but a smooth, cold resistance that echoed back through the rig like a temple bell struck underwater. Operators paused, startled. Depth sensors recalibrated. 4,000 meters down, a dome emerged, curved, black, and seamless beneath centuries of silt. Even the silt seemed unnaturally thin, as though nothing had dared to settle too long atop the surface. Engineers adjusted the lights. Artificial beams skimmed across the object's skin, revealing not natural mineral deposit, but intentional structure. Ridges traced deliberate patterns, ribs that formed no known emblem or hatch, yet suggested containment. Along its circumference, indentations repeated at perfect intervals. No barnacle growth, no corrosion. A surface unmarred by biology or time. The resemblance to a vault was immediate, and more unsettling was the pressure differential. The seal was pushing outward, as though whatever lay within had been trying to expand. Not escape, just expand. The lead technician, a veteran of 3 deep-sea excavations and 1 classified salvage operation, issued a full halt. Not for safety, for reverence. Her exact words, recorded in the daily log. This wasn't made for us to find. Despite the silence, the object responded. A vibration, barely measurable, hummed through the seabed. The dome cracked, not with violence, but with intention, splitting open in a spiral fold that revealed a chamber beneath. No blast, no hiss. Just a slow, soundless recession of water, like a breath drawn back into lungs after centuries of stillness. Within the chamber, darkness so dense the floodlights bent away. At the center stood a structure, a crystalline pod, hexagonal, clear as vacuum-sealed glass. Suspended inside a pale gel were 6 distinct organic forms, each one immaculate, a hand, fingers relaxed in mid-gesture, a partial scalp, the hair as black as if clipped that morning, a heart, frozen mid-pulse, arteries curled open like delicate kelp, and others, unnameable at first, not mutilated, not incomplete, more like remnants left after an impossible separation. Biological readings stunned the medical consultant on board. No signs of decay, no decomposition, no bacterial activity. Cells remained intact, as if preserved at the moment of trauma, but untouched by death's chemistry. Suspicion turned quickly to awe, then fear. Initial tests on the gel yielded no chemical reaction, no breakdown. Probe tips corroded instantly. Temperature readings inside the chamber hovered at -23 Celsius, impossible for the location. No oceanic layer registered such cold in that region, and yet, frost formed along the edges of viewing lenses, leaving behind fractal patterns that resembled script, not writing, not language, but cadence. Like a voice that couldn't leave sound, so it traced rhythm instead. Day 2 brought movement. The hand, now fully open. The scalp fragment, repositioned. The heart darkened, not necrotic, flushed, as if remembering blood. Security footage confirmed these shifts. No crew entered the chamber. No vibration triggered the change. Time and time alone altered the specimens. The team began arguing. Theories split across belief systems, neuroscience, biology, even mythology. One researcher claimed the samples had never been alive in the first place. Memory made flesh, she said. These aren't remains, they're recollections trying to form bodies again. Others disagreed. The presence of DNA, the tissue elasticity, the mitochondrial vitality, all evidence of life paused, not ended. Each time light touched the vault, the samples seemed to reorient, not toward the source, but toward the observer. One crew member fainted after seeing her own facial scar mirrored across the scalp fragment, in perfect symmetry. Another refused to return to the deck, claiming the heart beat in sync with her nightmares. The vault wasn't preserving something lost, it was remembering something unfinished, and whatever that memory was, 6 fragments at a time, it was almost whole. Every hour brought subtle changes, too minor for the untrained eye, but unmistakable under spectral analysis. The tissues were not healing. They were rehearsing. Fibers twitched, synaptic threads pulsed in short, deliberate rhythms. A tremor along the muscle band of the suspended heart resembled an arrhythmia one moment, and a fugue cadence the next. Nothing was random. Movement within the pod began to mimic breath, not its biological function, but the idea of breath. Inhale, exhale, pause. as if each fragment had once known how to be whole, and was now practicing the choreography of form. Back on the ship, those closest to the chamber reported a pervasive hum, inaudible through mics, but felt through walls and water. The hum began to align with internal rhythms. Resting heart rates slowed. Sleep became light, dreamless, interrupted by flashes of black liquid spreading across mirrors, windows, even closed eyes. One researcher woke clutching her chest, convinced she had grown a second heartbeat. Another, the youngest of the crew, stopped speaking altogether, choosing instead to draw spirals, tight, concentric loops that mirrored the cross-section of one tissue sample's nerve bundle. Contact was inevitable. The onboard biointerface specialist, Dr. Len Sorin, proposed a limited neural scan using transcranial signal echoes. The goal: detect any bioelectric residue that might confirm a state of preserved sentience. The result: unprecedented. Her helmet registered not only electrical activity, but responsive spike patterns timed to her own thoughts. A question formed in her mind, unspoken, unvoiced, and the signal changed. A simple shape appeared on the HUD overlay, a ripple folding inward. The vault was listening. That night, Hélène remained in the observation chamber, past regulation, not out of obsession, but obligation. Something about the way the samples turned toward her presence felt familiar, recognizing. Not like prey feels watched, but like a mirror knows your face before you arrive. The lights dimmed as usual on the ship, but the vault's glow intensified. In the capsule, the heart released a single slow contraction. Pressure sensors blinked red, but no breach occurred. The pulse came not from the pod, but from her. Hélène staggered backward, clutching her abdomen, a phantom sensation, like something warm had moved inside her ribcage. Her scans showed nothing, but her bloodwork told another story. Minor genetic fluctuations, harmless on paper, unmistakable under isolation. Base pair pairings that did not belong to any recorded human genome, nor to the known profiles of the samples in the vault. She had changed, or been changed. The team responded with confusion first, then protocol. She was placed under light sedation, removed from active duty, her quarters monitored. But by morning her room was empty. The feed, corrupted. The audio, blank. Her personal recorder, left behind, played only 5 seconds of looping sound, something wet, rhythmic, and undeniably vocal. A hum, layered with breath, and beneath it, a phrase, not in Latin, not in any tongue known to linguistic AI, but one she'd scribbled months before into her field notes. I remember how I ended, and how, somehow the vault now knew it too. No announcement followed Hélène's disappearance. No alarm sounded. The ship's AI recorded her last biometric trace at 4:17, standing just outside the vault chamber. One hand hovered near the outer glass. Then, absence. Not death, not movement, just sudden, irreversible subtraction. Her comms badge remained, flickering. The access logs listed no door activity. Even in review, the footage showed her intact, right until the moment it didn't. That silence infected the crew. Discussions fell into whispers. Tasks became reflexive, not thoughtful. Eating turned rote. Sleep, fragmented. Not from fear, but from a swelling sense of repetition. Like they had done this before. Someone misplaced an instrument case. Swore he saw it being lifted by a person who wasn't on board. Another crew member began referring to others by names that didn't match any manifest. And no one corrected her. The vault now pulsed regularly, not with sound, but light. 6 steady phases, like the cadence of a cathedral bell, followed by a pause. Then again, every hour, perfectly timed. The pod's interior changed in kind. The fragments no longer floated independently. Their orientation shifted. The hand curled inward, palm facing what remained of a shoulder. The scalp repositioned as if aligning to an unseen skull. The heart rotated 90 degrees, its vessels creeping toward open ends of translucent tendrils. The pieces were joining, not physically, yet, but proximally, as if preparing for reassembly. A systems engineer monitoring the chamber's energy flow noticed a drop in ambient entropy. When modeled, The readings resembled a closed loop, a signal spiraling inward. "It's feeding itself," he said, like it's drawing structure from attention. That same night, he disappeared too. But not all at once. First his voice changed. Not tone, but tempo. As though another cadence overtook him, he spoke slower. He blinked only between phrases. Then, without warning, he walked to the far deck and stopped beneath the signal mast. He raised his hands, not in surrender, but alignment. And then, like fog retreating at dawn, he dissolved. The cameras glitched, his presence failed, and the vault brightened. Two fragments pulsed in unison. A neural linguist on board attempted to match the pulses to any known syntactic pattern. She failed. But when she layered the waveforms against Gregorian chant structures, she found a terrifying consistency. Each beat, each interval, mirrored the spacing of a resurrection hymn written in the 9th century. The vault was singing, but not outwardly, not to the ears, to the memory of structure itself, as if flesh could be reconstituted not with DNA, but with song. The psychologist, once skeptical, now proposed a radical hypothesis. The vault was not holding samples. It was holding intent. Each fragment wasn't a leftover. Each was a syllable. Together they formed a word. And the crew, by watching, listening, feeling they had become part of the grammar. 3 days after the vault's rhythm aligned with the ship's power grid, the lights on every deck began to pulse in perfect time. Not a flicker, an entrainment, a sinking. Screens dimmed and brightened with the six-fold pattern. Coffee machines hissed with delay. Even footsteps seemed to fall into pace with the intervals. No one noticed at first. That's what made it terrifying. The shift didn't arrive like an invasion. It emerged like a memory, a sensation you didn't question because it felt familiar, even if you had no reason to recall it. A technician assigned to isolation monitoring sketched the vault on his meal tray, using condensation and a spoon, not the outer casing, the inner structure, perfect detail. When asked how he knew, he replied that he had dreamed it, and that in the dream, he wasn't watching the vault, he was inside it. That afternoon the samples aligned. The hand, scalp, heart, and other fragments drew close, not by movement, but by structural migration. The gel hardened just slightly, enough to stabilize the core. A faint skeletal curve emerged from the background matrix, something vertebral, not fully human, not fully anything catalogued, yet unmistakably formed. The fragments were returning to posture, to grammar. The word was nearly complete. Above the pod, a shimmer spread across the mirrored interior of the vault. It reflected no crew, no camera, only shape, like a silhouette viewed through liquid glass, one that moved when unobserved and froze the moment attention returned. Not a trick of optics, a demonstration. The vault had learned to manipulate presence. The chief science officer, now near catatonic, whispered only one phrase on repeat. "It's not returning, it's reassembling." What followed was neither climax nor collapse, but the slow, confident emergence of will, not intelligence in the human sense, not instinct. A memory turned structural, a past that decided it deserved to continue, through the fragments, through the vault, through the watchers, and through the sea. Water pressure spiked. The ship's hull groaned like it was being exhaled from the earth. No rupture, just a sound of release, as if something long submerged had finally passed through. In the command room, screens went black. In the observation dome, glass turned opaque, and in the vault, silence returned, but not absence. A new stillness, deeper than before. The pod no longer glowed. The fragments no longer pulsed. The vault had completed its sentence. The crew, what remained of them, awoke to calm, fogged memories. Some couldn't recall the project name. Others remembered every detail, but in the wrong order. One technician claimed the ship had been underwater for centuries. Another insisted the vault hadn't opened yet. Files on the mainframe were corrupted beyond recovery, except for one, a photograph. Grayscale. Low resolution. The vault chamber, empty. No pod, no gel, no samples. Only frost on the mirrored walls, spreading in lines like veins, or writing. The last entry in the logbook was a hand-drawn symbol traced in pencil and pressure smear. Six-fold symmetry, circular grammar. impossible to translate, but it matched a petroglyph carved deep within an Andean cave, miles from any ocean, where it was called simply the name that waits, and now it has remembered how to write itself in flesh. The facility wasn't listed on any defense map or civil registry. It was buried into a continental shelf off the Norwegian coast, where sonar echoes died in folds of black stone. They called it Station Tau, a name chosen not for meaning, but for obscurity. It was built to test boundaries, not of physics or chemistry, but of form, the line between what breathes and what simply moves. The funding trail, if followed, led in every direction, and none at all. Shell foundations masked as climate initiatives. Oceanographic grants, signed by people who did not exist. Inside the facility, there were no windows, only tanks, thick-walled bioglass cylinders, ringed in titanium, humming with the deep rhythmic pulse of nutrient gel being cycled in and out. One of those tanks was different. Labeled K29, it was originally meant to house a prototype for adaptive marine respiration, not an animal, but a tissue-engineered matrix of muscle and membrane, designed to regulate its oxygen exchange based on water pressure and mineral content. It wasn't supposed to be alive. It wasn't supposed to do anything but twitch. But the technicians began noticing something strange. It responded. Slight changes in salinity would cause gentle contractions. Shifts in light wavelengths triggered rhythmic undulation. One day, after a routine maintenance scan, a technician wiped down the inside of the tank with a sterilized swab, and condensation formed almost immediately behind it. Not random mist, a spiral, symmetrical, as if something inside had exhaled. The condensation should have been impossible. Internal temperatures were regulated to 1/10 of a degree. No difference between gel and chamber. No mechanism for dew, yet it kept forming. Each day, the spiral returned, slightly larger, slightly more defined. Dr. Hasnin Darrell, the project lead, began documenting it obsessively. She noted that the fog's pattern aligned with biological breath rhythms. She tested it against her own. After hours of silent observation, she realized something unsettling. The tank's mist mirrored her own exhalation patterns. When she held her breath, the fog stilled. When she released it, the pattern resumed. She began to wonder, was the thing inside mimicking her, or was it the other way around? By week 2, the nutrient gel had changed color, not due to contamination. That was ruled out immediately. The composition had shifted. Lipids were forming where there should be none. Tissue began aggregating at the bottom of the tank, not randomly, but with strange symmetry. Strands of cell matter pulled toward each other, floating upward as if magnetized. The biometric sensors didn't show brain activity, not in the traditional sense, but there were pulses, regular, patterned, a slow signal, not unlike cardiac rhythm, but not originating from any central organ. The structure had no core, it was all surface, a breathing skin. Elen, one of the night techs, became obsessed with K29. She stayed past shifts, citing equipment calibration, but really she was watching it, sitting silently in the observation chair, pressing her forehead to the cool outer shell of the tank. She swore it responded to her voice. Yes, it responded to her voice. She didn't speak words, just sounds, tones, murmurs. Once, she sang to it, softly under her breath, and the fog pattern changed. It flattened, then slowly twisted back into a spiral, like it was listening, then answering. The logs didn't show any of this. The cameras recorded nothing unusual, but those who visited the chamber always left pale, cold, like they'd forgotten something they used to know. Then the first dream was reported. Elen claimed she saw the inside of the tank in her sleep, not as it was, but as a space with no walls, an ocean of suspended breath, where lungs grew like coral and every inhale echoed backward in time. She said she saw the organism form from sound, that it wasn't made, but remembered into shape. Darrell dismissed it, but a note appeared in her private journal that night. If it dreams, it learns. If it learns, it waits. Around this time, the tank stopped forming fog in spirals. It began etching, not with tools, not physically, but each morning the mist appeared in tight geometric arrangements, like glyphs, almost alphabetical, though no linguist could recognize the script. They weren't decorative, they repeated. Small variations, but the same core symbol sets again and again. One technician ran the patterns through a vocal synthesizer. The resulting audio was low, too low to hear directly, but when played through a frequency converter, it resembled breathing. Long, slow, deliberate breaths, each one ending in a sharp intake. Then came the failure. At 3:14 a.m., the oxygen diffusion systems in the chamber dropped by 30%, without warning. No alarms triggered, no external changes, yet the tank remained fully pressurized. No leaks, no malfunctions, just less oxygen, as if it had been consumed. Darrell ran an emergency calibration. Every scan showed the same, a measurable reduction in molecular oxygen, and a simultaneous increase in nitrogen-laced vapor along the inside of the chamber walls. The system had breathed. Only living organisms could account for that exchange. Only organisms with purpose. After that night, the team agreed. K-29 would not be opened. Not for biopsy. Not for imaging. It was declared too volatile. Too unpredictable. The tank was sealed. Observation was limited to automated drones, but even they began to malfunction. Their telemetry grew warped. Cameras flickered. Battery life drained twice as fast. One unit returned video footage that showed the chamber empty, then full, then empty again, within a single second of time code. The frame glitch remained unexplainable. The lab began to fracture. Some staff left without notice. Others stayed, pale-eyed, sleepless, their voices hushed even in daylight. And through it all, the spiral remained, always reforming, always patient. Not breath, anymore, not a function, but a memory shaping something new. Hallways in Station Tau had no echoes. The walls were sealed with vibration-absorbing foam, the doors pressure-tight, the floors slightly concave to muffle bootfall. It was designed that way. Silence as structure, silence as barrier. And yet, past the final security gate, down the corridor where K-29 remained sealed, personnel began reporting a sensation no instrument could confirm. Not sound, but presence. A thrum in the air, like the waiting stillness between thunder and the following quake. Some called it breath, others refused to call it anything. The tank had not been opened in weeks. Cameras remained trained on it from behind triple-sealed glass, and still the condensation glyphs evolved. Darrell no longer attempted to interpret them linguistically. Instead, she began layering the spiral formations over topographical maps, sonar readouts, cardiac rhythms. She started to believe it wasn't language at all, but a form of biological cartography. The thing inside wasn't trying to speak. It was trying to remember its shape, its location, or perhaps its future. Routine tests had ceased entirely. Every attempt to alter the internal environment triggered anomalies. One reset cycle, a pressure flush meant to sterilize the gel, returned a command line message that read, simply, already full. The chamber refused the gel replacement. The processors weren't malfunctioning, they were being overwritten. The bioglass itself had become a kind of memory organ, recording not just data, but behavior. Even the walls, once inert, had begun registering micro-tremors, too small for seismic classification, but too structured to ignore. One night, The internal temperature rose by a single degree, not an error, not random. The logs showed the increase lasting precisely 7 hours, then returning to baseline without adjustment. During that window, all glyphs vanished. No fog, no mist, no breathing patterns, just the slow ripple of gel rotating through the tank in silence. And then, right as the cycle ended, something bloomed. A shape flower-like formed inside the mass, twisting its membrane inward until it resembled a human mouth, slightly open, slightly trembling. Every observer described it the same way, not a threat, not even communication, just an attempt to inhale something no one else could see. The footage never made it to the records archive. The drive corrupted instantly upon export. The backup system crashed mid-upload. No stills, no screenshots, just one sketch, drawn from memory by the technician who witnessed it firsthand. A circle with folds, delicate, like gills, except they were facing inward. Durrell stopped logging verbal notes. Her audio entries devolved into whispers, fragments of phrases, repeated questions, her voice cracking not from fear but awe. "What is it building?" she asked. Again and again. "What does it remember that we forgot?" She no longer entered the chamber alone. She wouldn't touch the walls. Once during an inspection, she saw her own reflection in the tank's outer shell, except it wasn't her face. It was the same expression, the same posture, but older, as though time had skipped forward for a single breath and shown her what came next. Then the eye appeared. It wasn't anatomical, not a real organ, just a darker patch inside the gel, perfectly round, perfectly still, embedded in the upper right quadrant of the mass. When light passed through it, it refracted as though bending around a lens. The longer you looked, the more it seemed to stare back, and those who stared too long developed the same reaction. Accelerated pulse, dry mouth, a deep need to look away, but a deeper fear of doing so. Like breaking contact would invite something forward. The glyphs responded to attention, not time, not temperature, attention. The more someone focused on them, the more they changed. Staff began to believe they were being rewritten by the act of observation, like they existed in a state of potential, until gaze collapsed them into certainty, just like quantum particles, just like breath. Security footage outside the chamber showed subtle warping around the tank's perimeter, lines bending in real time, as though space itself were becoming pliable. And once for exactly 3 frames, something else, a silhouette pressed to the inside of the observation room, not in the tank, behind it. A tall, uneven form, pressed flat against the interior wall. No eyes, no hands, just a smooth imprint, curved like something made of smoke that had remembered how to take shape. The footage was deleted, not by accident, not by command. The system registered no request. It simply vanished, and those who had seen it didn't speak again, not out of fear, but because they no longer trusted the shape of their own thoughts. No one walked into the corridor voluntarily anymore. The hallway outside K29 had become something more than a passage, something more than silence. It pressed inward from all sides, like descending pressure before a storm, except the storm never arrived. Lights flickered as they passed, not from malfunction, but as if dimming in deference. Some swore they saw motion ripple across the brushed metal walls. Others swore the corridor lengthened while they walked. No one could confirm. No one wanted to. Ellen Durrell's final access was logged, but not her exit. Her ID card was found lying flat on the observation room floor, half sunk in a fine powder of salt, arranged in a spiral. Too deliberate to be accidental. Surveillance showed nothing. Footage ended mid-frame, frozen, then corrupted, the time code skipping like a scratched disk. Attempts to recover it only deepened the damage. Every time the IT team ran diagnostics, new spiral patterns appeared in the code, as if the corruption itself was rewriting structure into shape. The tank had not moved, not in any traditional way, and yet, something changed. The gel no longer stirred visibly, but the interior pressure rose slightly each day, subtle, controlled, like lungs preparing for deeper breath. The condensation glyphs had ceased entirely. For 2 days the surface of the tank remained utterly clear, the glass pristine. That, more than anything, disturbed the staff. The silence wasn't absence, it was waiting. At 3:15 a.m. on the third night, the first ripple occurred, not in the gel, in the station's architecture. The far wall behind the chamber trembled, not with sound, but with low-frequency resonance, as though something vast had brushed the outer edge of the facility. The vibration repeated every 38 seconds, measurable only by touch. Metal resonated faintly beneath skin. Some recognized it as Morse timing, but the intervals carried no known pattern. It wasn't a code, it was a presence, one announcing itself not by message, but by persistence. Dr. Linden, one of the few staff remaining on site, began experiencing blackouts. Short bursts at first, seconds lost during lab tasks, then minutes. During one such event, he awoke in his quarters, seated on the floor, scribbling spiral patterns on the wall with his fingernail. He didn't remember starting. The medical team sedated him, but his pulse refused to lower. It kept perfect sync with the tank's residual heartbeat, logged even without visible motion. Attempts to shut down the project escalated. External funding agencies were alerted, only to respond with pre-recorded messages. The names on the funding rosters no longer matched any known personnel. One of the overseeing directors turned in their resignation, citing irreversible entanglement with emergent intelligence. Her final email was a single sentence: "We thought it needed a host. We were wrong." Inside the tank, something began to reassemble, not visibly, not yet. But the data suggested growth. Molecular scans showed increasing complexity at the membrane level, but without centralization. No core, no nervous system, only surface dense and expansive. One technician likened it to a language made of tissue, not speaking, but remembering itself into form. Then came the dreams. Staff across the facility, some asleep, some fully awake, began reporting the same experience, standing inside a fluid chamber, surrounded by rippling pressure, unable to breathe, yet never suffocating. A sense of being scanned, not violated, not harmed, just witnessed in exquisite detail. One engineer described it as being unzipped by memory. Another wept for hours without understanding why. Every attempt to interfere with the chamber now failed. Drone systems wouldn't launch. NESA audio equipment refused to record. One camera rotated by itself during an inspection and burned out its own lens. The image recorded forever as a washed-out spiral of light. The station's clocks fell out of sync, not by mechanical drift, but by seconds that simply disappeared. Time was being remembered differently. Daryl's backup journals, recovered from a separate server, described a theory she never submitted formally. She believed the entity inside was not an organism in the traditional sense. It wasn't evolving, it was reconstructing. It had existed before, perhaps not in this ocean, perhaps not even in this world, but it was using observation, breath, fear, and memory to reassemble its lost anatomy, piece by piece, layer by layer. It wasn't learning from us, it was recalling through us. One of her final notes read, "It knows the shape of our questions. That's how it speaks." Then on day 79, the tank darkened completely. Internal gel turned opaque. No fog, no movement, no light, just blackness sealed in glass. For 24 hours the room remained still. No vibration, no electrical fluctuation. The corridor outside felt less like a hallway, and more like the edge of something vast, something curled just out of sight, waiting for a single word to unfold. And on the 25th hour, every light in Station Tau went out at once. Every emergency light failed, not one flickered, not one stuttered to life. The backup generators tested weekly, replaced bi-monthly, refused to engage. Station Tau fell into a darkness that was not total, but instead layered. Dim shadows crawled in faint gradients along the walls, as if the absence of light had depth. Even after the power returned, hours later, personnel described the dark as something tactile, something with weight, something that remembered where it had been. The tank's shell had changed. The outer bioglass, once transparent, occasionally misted, had taken on a faint iridescence, only visible at the right angle, like oil spread thin over the surface of Blackwater. Beneath it, the gel now moved not as fluid, but as muscle. Pulses ran through it, in long, slow waves, not randomly, not chaotically, with rhythm, a structure, a cycle. Breath, yes, but also intention. The station's central server began to corrupt, not crash, corrupt. Files from unrelated departments were rewritten, expedition logs changed to include glyph patterns, biometric scans inserted spirals into retinas that hadn't been imaged. A thermal file labeled CO2 regulation began playing ambient breathing on loop when opened at 8 seconds in, 8 seconds out, a perfect match for human meditative rhythm. Staff began to vanish, one by one, no bodies, no evidence of struggle, just equipment left exactly where it was, badges abandoned on desks, meals half-eaten in the mess. The disappearance logs marked incident code unknown. Those who remained stopped referring to the entity inside as it. They stopped referring to it at all. A single maintenance engineer tasked with re-inspecting the coolant lines behind K-29 broke protocol and entered the sealed maintenance shaft. He never returned. But his comms mic activated once, transmitting a single sentence before falling to static. I think it's praying in reverse. The final command structure of Station Tau began evacuation protocols, but no transport vessel arrived. The core logs showed that the message had never been sent. Communications were functional, uplinks were green, but every attempt to broadcast terminated at the same checksum error, loop complete. Some believed the signal was never blocked, only absorbed. Others whispered that the station was no longer transmitting outward, but inward. A beacon turned not toward Earth, but toward something else. Something that had been waiting for its own reflection to be reconstructed here, in glass and breath and memory. On the final day, the tank ruptured. There was no explosion, no cascade of gel, no alarms, just a hiss, like warm air released into a colder room. Observers watched in stunned silence, as a single vertical line formed across the shell, fine, surgical, clean. From within, nothing emerged, no body, no organism, only fog. Thick, low-rolling vapor, moving as if exhaled by a sleeping animal disturbed mid-dream. Then the lights dimmed a final time, and those who remained heard a sound they could not unhear, not language, not voice, breath, but not theirs, not human, something older, something breathing with them, or through them. And then one by one, each heartbeat in the monitoring logs matched pulse for 10 minutes before vanishing from record altogether. All that remains of Station Tau are fragments, a broken server stack recovered from a drift net, scans of glyphs drawn into salt, and a final log entry from Ellen Darrell's private notebook, written in a hand not quite her own. It didn't survive us, we survived it, and now it remembers how to become. You've just drifted through depths where memory doesn't fade, it accumulates, thick as salt, as sediment, as breath held for too long beneath a surface that never meant to be breached. What you've heard were not legends or fictions, but echoes, stories silenced before they ever saw daylight, now resurfacing as shape and vapor and pressure. Somewhere in the folds of the ocean's darkest chambers, things continue. Not alive in the way we define it, not dead in the way we understand it, but present, breathing, remembering, not waiting for us to find them, but simply being, with or without our permission. There is no final explanation, no certainty, only the strange truth that the ocean is not just water, it's witness. It holds the weight of what was done, what was buried, and what never stopped. If your eyes are still open, let them close now. There's nothing left you need to see. Let the quiet rise up around your chest, like the slow hush of the tide returning, wrapping your limbs in stillness, your thoughts in drift. No pressure, no motion, just release. Not everything hidden beneath asks to be solved. Some things just are. Just breathe, slowly. Let the surface world fade. You're far from it now. And if you'd like to return to the dark with us again, subscribe to Unspoken Mysteries. We'll be here, always deeper, always stranger. Before you go, tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are now. Then sleep. You're safe. The sea is quiet tonight, and it remembers how to hold you,